Tonight I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world turning inside out, yeah. Turning around in ecstasy. So stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. Star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm tapping at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop it. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop it. I see up on my way to Mars on a collision course. I am a satellite. I'm out of control. I'm a sex machine ready to reload. Like an animal, I got to always explode. I'm burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm driving at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic woman of you. Don't stop me, don't stop me, don't stop me, don't stop me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't stop me. All right. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop it. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop it. Yo, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just confirm without Danny Austin. Can you hear me? I'm hoping you can, because you heard that. So let's see if you can hear me. Thank you. Lost Souls Paranormal eats my shorts. Fuck a cactus. Oh no, that is this live stream now. Fucked. Oh, there we go again. Oh, who knew it? Swearing on this channel. Dear oh dear. How the hell is everybody? Happy New Year to you all. Although a week late-ish. Well, not really, because I was on the other day, but Happy New Year anyway. The audio is fucky. Well, I don't know why that is. The only way I can check that is by doing that. Yeah, I think there is maybe a little, it clips a little bit now and again. Just like a little, like a, I don't know, like a little clip in it. I suppose that's the only way I can explain it, but there we go. Anyway, well, stop fucking around, Tiffany. Oh, look, now what you've gone and done. You've gone and made me swear on my fucking live stream again. God, it's all of your fault. Do you realise that? All of you are to blame. So, yeah, I hope you all had a great Christmas and as good a New Year as possible. I know in some places New Year's Eve didn't go down too well, with lots of issues in various places, not just in this country, but around the world. So if you was in one of those places, I hope you stayed safe, and I hope you managed to, enjoy as much as you can of your New Year's Eve. But I've had some time off, as you know, back tomorrow, although I do have a visitor tomorrow. I have a social worker coming around tomorrow. And I think that's until about 2:00-ish. But I have some stories prepared. I have them written. I have them researched. Tomorrow morning, I'll make some phone calls just to confirm details within the reports, and then I will record and get some up for you tomorrow. I know you've been missing them, and I've missed doing them. So I'm glad now to be back, and let's see what this year brings. Let's hope it is somewhat better than last year, although I highly doubt that. Just jump tonight. I haven't really thought about anything with regards to tonight's stream. I am tired. It is definitely not going to be a late one today. Again, normally I have a kip before a live stream if I can, and that enables me to get through the live stream, but I've not had a kip today. Therefore I am tired, so I will go for as long as I can. But at some point it will be calling it a night, and it will probably be relatively early compared to most live streams. But again, I just want to wish everybody that is here, that has been waiting for me to return, a very happy new year, and I hope this year is very prosperous, with good health for you all. One of the things I've decided to do this year is I've bought myself a diary. Now, I don't normally do diaries because I forget to write shit down. But how can I put it? In my normal everyday life, I forget stuff. I forget to take my medication. I forget to go to the doctors. I forget to order my medication. I forget to do things like washing up, very simple things that my brain doesn't really connect with so much anymore. But one thing that I
that I do enjoy doing, and as you know, that I do a lot of, is this, you know, on this channel. So I've brought myself a diary, so that every time there is an incident where a copper is going to go to court or they've got a misconduct hearing, I can then put that in the diary, because there are a few cases that I've missed because I've not written them down. So when I've covered them maybe a little bit later than I should have done. So I've started doing that now. I've got a diary, going to write stuff down, going to be keeping on top of that stuff. So hopefully that will enable me to keep a bit more on top of some of the stories that I'm bringing you, and the and information around those stories. I've got no naughty things to go in the diary, Lisa. So yeah, and I've got 2000. It's a 2003 one. I've got a 2004 one which I've had to order as well, which has cost more than the 2003 one, strangely. But the 2004 one, so that 2024 one, so that when obviously they turn around and go, oh, they're not going to go to court for another year, then I can put it into the next year's diary and keep on top of that as well. Thank you, Sarah. Much appreciated. I will obviously try to keep up the good work as best that I can. I saw some nice comments that have been blocked by YouTube by a few people. So you could be looking at another comments video at some point soon. I know some people don't like it, but you know, people say to me, don't give them airtime. No, I'll tell you the reason why I've done hello, Manda. I'll tell you the reason why I've done that comments video was because rather than letting it piss me off, rather than letting the comments get to me and annoy me, if I make a joke out of it, I can deal with it, get it over and done with, and then move on and forget about it. Do you know what I mean? I'll take the piss out of them, delete the comments, move on. Big, no problems. So that's why I've done the comments video before, and that's why I will start doing comments videos moving forward as and when I've got enough content to do those comments videos. But I do know that I've had quite a few people on that video that said it was a great idea and they want to see more. And I've had more people say yes than no. So I have to go on what the majority of people are asking for. And so that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. I was baking them. Is Baker here? Hello, Princess Angela. Hello, National Memorial Gardens. Peter Bishop. Hello. How you doing, Macca? RJ, nice to see you. Dave Reed, thank you. Who else? We've got Paul Essex. Nice to see you too. Stuart B, thank you. Yeah, Active Shooter, how you doing? Yeah, as I say, I've got to take the mickey out of people. Do you know what I mean? If they think they're going to come on and start slagging me off, it just shows them up for what they are. And hopefully it will show people, when I mention their channel name, and then people can go over there and either block them so they don't have to deal with them themselves, or, if they are already subscribed to those people and they don't realise, what arse hats they are, then maybe that will give them the nudge to go and unsubscribe from them. But there we go. Chat is going fast. Can you confirm, LSP or any of the mods, can you confirm if Nightbot's working? I'm not sure if I've seen anything from Nightbot. Can you just confirm if it's going or not? Fabulous, thank you. Mick Jabber, how you doing? Yes, it is lovely. Thank you, Tiffany. You want slow mode? Do you want it on slow mode? Hold on, let's have a look, see if I can change that. Slow mode. I'll do slow mode, but I'll do 10 seconds. So 10 seconds between messages. I think that's I don't want to stifle everybody too much, but if it gives people a bit more time to read the comments, then 10 seconds slow mo. There we go. Who just said, somebody just down there? Paul McCrory. Paul McCrory, you there? Paul McCrory, how you doing, mate? Well, you said it, God bless, not me. I'm just responding to you in a way that you might understand. Oh dear. How you doing, Glyn? How you doing, Glyn? Nathan, hello, mate. Animal rights, how are you? Makes you want to rip your eyeballs out. What does? What makes you want to rip your eyeballs out? Hello, Psychos, Mrs. I'm not on the second bottle, to be honest. I've not touched it. But I did have some left from the other night, if you remember. God bless. So I got a bottle of Coke delivered. and an empty glass just to finish that off once I've had my coffee. But that's all I've got. I've got about two glassfuls there. That's it. Blunt Crusader, how you doing? Hello, Danielle Phillips. Hello, Steve. Oh dear. Right, so listen, guys. I'm going to put this out to you lot. I'm going to put this out to you guys. Do you want panel tonight, or do you want half and half? Do you want me to open a Skype up for a little bit, first of all, and then the panel, or do you want me to do panel only tonight? I'll leave that down to you. Number one, if you want both. Number two, if you want just the panel. So number one, if you want both. Number two, if you want just the panel. Half and half, 50-50, half and half, half, maybe half and half. Focus Pocus, how you doing, my friend? Happy New Year to you. I haven't seen you for a while. We know you like it both ways. Don't give us the illusion of choice. Well, I'm just trying to do what the government do. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, it don't really matter what you say. I'm going to pick what I want to do anyway. No, I wouldn't. Half and three quarters. Right, it definitely looks like a half and half there. Right, okay. So we'll do the double then. We'll do the double, we'll do the two. I just wanted to ask you, as the first stream back, first live stream of 2020, well, first proper live stream on the channel of 2023. I just wanted to put that out there and see what you guys wanted to do. So that's absolutely fine. Can't you do polls in the chat? We can do polls in the chat, or I can do polls with the chat. But I can't be bothered now because it's the moment's gone, isn't it? Hello, Brummy. How you doing? Right. Okay. In that case, Let me do that. Now, this is if the phone works, by the way, because you know what I'm like for technical difficulties. I think whatever I've got that causes my technical difficulties, Roger's caught it because he has similar technical difficulties on his own live streams. So it must be catching. But we are going to give it a go, and we are going to, if I do that, and then I turn the volume up on that. That was me. Okay. Let's see how we get on. Let's lose that. Open that. Right. 0151 528 9590. And here we go with our first caller. Good evening.
Who's the fastest off the draw?
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Well, at least she wasn't premature.
Yeah, no, we're not all the same. Listen, I'm going to be on here for 30 seconds. All I'm going to say is, what a nice buzz, what a nice vibe, and a nice people we got in the chat tonight. What a good start to the new year. We
normally do have decent people in the chat. We'll have a few knobheads, you know what I mean? But we normally do.
A really nice, happy, joyful vibe in the chat tonight, and the music you started off with, brilliant.
Well, that was Sonic, DJ Sonic's remix. That was off of one of his remixes. So DJ Sonic, if you want to go check out some more of that music, you can go over to his channel and check that out. Somebody will no doubt, there we go, stick his link in the comments. Well, we've spoken since New Year anyway, haven't we?
Yeah, God bless the UK.
Yeah. Well, I was
last night, didn't we?
I'm not sure. I think the last time I spoke to you, I'd done just over a bottle of brandy, wasn't it?
No, we was on Lynn's last time, weren't we? Or was it night before?
Oh, I can't remember.
But anyway,
I can't remember.
But that song, "Don't Stop Me Now," that's what I've requested when they carry my coffin out the church. I swear to God. Anyway, that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
No worries,
brother.
And you, Mama.
And a nice vibe in the chat. It's a good evening. Take care. See you later, Jan.
Ta-ra, mate. Ta-ra. Well, that was a lovely first call, wasn't it, for this evening? Oh no. Oh, you absolute penis. Oh, no. Oh, my Coca-Cola has got everywhere. Well, that'll teach me for wanting a brandy on a live stream. Damn it. God damn it. Now I've got to try and mop it up. Some paper, some brown paper, which should soak that up quite nicely, I hope. What a pain in the arse. Oh well. At least it was only the Coke and not the brandy at the bottom. Anyway, 0151 528 9590 if you want to call in, share a story, whistle blow, talk crap, call me names. Unless you're somebody that I've told has been barred from coming on here, then you can go and fuck a cactus. But other than that, by all means, feel free. 0151 528 9590. Or if you've got Skype and you want to search me under my Skype name, Dan Pap, and you'll find me. Just look for my logo, and there we go. You'll be able to get through. Come on, don't leave me hanging. Oh, here we go. Good evening and welcome.
Evening, mate. How's it?
Hello, mate. How are you? I'm doing all right, mate.
I'm still here, basically. Right. I did ask in the comments, and somebody said no, but I thought I'd bring it past you because you're here or not. Have you been made aware of what's been going on at my neck of the woods recently?
It depends what's been going on at your neck of the woods.
In relation to the falsification of evidence.
The
so-called grooming gang.
Off the top, what with the young girl? That one.
That's right. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
I have been watching. I have been looking at that. Yeah.
Yes. Well, basically, there's still people out there, obviously following the story. I was accused. I won't say like the ones that went to court with was accused, but when I asked certain questions in relation to why the parents that are heavily connected to the council and also social services,
right,
allowed their child to get the kicking that were alleged took place, I got then accused of being an enabler and everything else.
Right.
So I've kept a very close eye on this case from day one over it all, obviously, with what's been going on. Now, there is a bit up in the air in relation to what sort of sentence this individual gets. Now, this is where I'm bringing you, because I want to get you as a person that that turned round and you obviously hold the police to a high regard and make sure they do the job. So I was just wondering what your views are on it. Bearing in mind, just so you're aware, if you remember, cast your mind back, I spoke to you about getting accused of nicking a chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was also the same individuals. And that was an FAR you were aware of. But yeah, basically the individual concerned, she's destroyed quite a few lives, to be blunt, in the local area. And from an individual who lives in the area, it concerns me how lax the police have been with it all in relation to nipping it in the bud before it got to that stage.
Well, I mean, look.
It's the swings and roundabouts one, really. There's no right answers, to be fair.
Look at what the Met did with what's his name and the paedophile ring. I can't remember his bloody name now. Somebody. No. The fat bloke. The fat bloke that said everybody was, at it and that he was a victim of it all. I can't remember his name off the top of my head now. Somebody will mention it in the comments. But I mean, look at how they couldn't be bothered to look into that properly. You're talking about some serious allegations. Worse than serious, if there is such a thing. But you're talking of some majorly serious allegations, and yet the police, drag their heels. Don't seem to be that interested in some of the biggest cases that are going on at the moment. And with that, it doesn't necessarily surprise me that police might be dragging their heels or not doing what they should be doing at your end. Now, I did read an article yesterday, I think it was. It might have been this morning or yesterday, about this individual. Can't remember what her name is now, but obviously they've turned around and said that it was proved that she was lying. The people that she said were doing things to her. Couldn't have been doing it. To
clarify for some of your listeners, I won't mention her name, but she was found guilty on all 8 counts. She admitted guilt on one of them, saying she'd lied.
Yeah.
But one of the people that she turned around and stated and attacked her was a white British lad. The police arrested. This is what got me, right? Because it was very racially motivated, we will say, when it came to the light of the media and the local area. As in, the individuals made out it was a grooming gang. That was proving it wasn't happening. The individuals turned around and said that it was all Asian men. It wasn't. It was white guys, you'd say as well. It was one Asian and all white men. On top of that, they turned around and chased a reporter out of the town who was white. The thugs that were behind her. The police basically told her to move for her own safety, so she did. But the interesting part about all of this is, which a lot of your listeners probably won't know, is that both parents, one's a high-ranking member of the local council,
and
one's a head of children's services. Now, from my point of view, as a father myself, if my kid had come home with any sort of mark on him, I be dealing with it there and then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be letting it go for months and months and months. Now, the other thing as well is, and this is the interesting bit, this is part of the reason I'm bringing it up, it's something you may want to comment on. I'm not. It's no stress, no pressure or anything. But one of the lads who got accused spent 10 weeks in prison.
Right.
On remand. And he said to them from day one that he definitely hadn't done it. It was complete lies, etc., etc. Because the night he'd allegedly attacked this person, he was actually filmed in the back of a police car.
Right.
Because he'd had a party with somebody in town, in the local nightclub area, and one of the coppers says, "Look, get in the van, we'll run you up." Basically, to defuse the situation was their statement they used.
Yeah.
Yep. So they put him in the back of the police car and took him home. Now, that's all on, body cam and everything else. It took them 10 weeks to look at that.
Yeah.
They looked at it and said, "Oh, yeah, you're right. You were in the back of the police van. So, yeah, we'll leave it at that."
Yeah. Well, I think that when in situations like that, the fact they've let people go after realising they were wrong, I think they just accept, or I think they assume that people will just be happy that they've been let go. Oh, thank you, police. Yeah. You've found out the truth, and you've now let me go. But a lot of people seem to forget about what happened prior to that. Thank you, you found out. Now you let me go. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. The young lad concerned, I've been speaking to him on the net. He got, as I say, he did 10 weeks in a prison on the equivalent of the sex offenders wing.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, as somebody who's been in Nick myself, again, just to clarify, not on the sex offenders ring, not to do with that. I was in there for an assault. But for somebody who's been in there and knows what prison's like, being in a normal wing is not a pleasant place, we will say. Being on the sex offenders ring must be horrific. He stuck him on there for 10 weeks.
And I'm not trying to make it what's the word I'm thinking of. I'm not trying to lessen anything that's happened, but I mean, to be honest, the numbers wing, I've not been on the numbers wing myself, and I don't know anybody that's been on the numbers wing, and if I've known somebody that's ended up on the numbers wing, I don't know them ever since, right? Yeah. So I don't know the ins and outs of it all, but I believe that the only real thing that you have to worry about is the screws, accidentally letting you cross paths with Gem Pop. Other than that, I believe you've got it pretty cushy in there, and you're kind of on your own. You can still talk to people on your wing, other, people like that. And they're unlikely to want to beat you up themselves, because they're not when I say unlikely to beat you up, unlikely to beat someone up when they're the same. So, I don't see it.
When you think about it, though, say if it was, I'm talking from me as a perspective on this. If I'd been put on that wing and I knew I hadn't done it, that would be horrific for me. I want to deal with idiots individuals like that. I'm more smack them than talk to them.
I think there's stories out there of people that have been put on those wings that haven't done what they was accused of doing, and ended up, hurting somebody that was there for the right reason.
Yeah. And it shocks me that it took them 10 weeks to look at their own bloody body cams.
Yeah. Well,
that's the bit that I can't get my head around. Why the hell did it take them 10 weeks?
Again,
on top of
that, they turn around and they say it's lack of manpower, blah blah blah. Now, I keep saying, and I've said for a long time, right? You've got lack of manpower because you're sending people after, incidents that aren't even crimes. You're sending people to civil matters time and time again, in numbers, taking people away from dealing with actual crimes. Had they, or were they in a position where they weren't doing that? I mean, I don't know if you've watched any of the American audit channels, for example, and I use that because somebody will phone the police and say, somebody's holding a sign, for example, and the police on the other end go, it's free speech. What does it? What does the sign? What does the sign say? And the woman or man will turn around and read what it says on the sign, and they're like, yeah, I can see why it might piss you off, but it's free speech and there's nothing we can do about it, I'm afraid. But here, oh no, got to be on it, got to be all over it with half a dozen plods, taking them away from dealing with actual incidents of crime. And the more the police do that, the more police hours are wasted on non-crimes, which are then escalated into offences for the police to be able to put their hands on people. And I think that this is one of the reasons, not the main reason or the only reason, but it's one of the reasons why I think the police simply don't have the numbers that they need in order to do these investigations. I mean, I got nicked in last January the 12th in London, didn't I, for filming the BBC, and I've managed to get my equipment back, but they've kept all my memory cards and they've kept my mobile phone because they want to view the footage. That is now 12 months ago, and there was 2 hours worth of footage, and it's taken them 12 months, and as far as I know, they still haven't looked at it yet.
But to me, this is it. That's part of the issue as far as I'm concerned, because it's like, this individual, obviously we can now comment about it because she's been found guilty by her peers. But this individual has caused outcry in the local area. And the thing is, how can I put it again? I've got to pick words partially careful. But the original supporters, some were still saying that it was a fixed hearing, and that's a bit that also throws me. So how can you turn around and say it was a rigged court case when you had your it wasn't a judge that was sitting on the jury, it was jurors.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you could imitate one or two of them, but you can't imitate. It was. I'm led to believe it was a unanimous guilty verdict on all charges.
I
think it doesn't make any sense.
I think. Yes, the justice system is crap at the moment. Okay, it has been for quite some time, as we know. But there has to be a line where we say, okay, we have to put our faith in that part of the justice system. Now, we can say that we don't trust the police because the police aren't there to, they're not there to find out. How can I put it? The police are there to make an arrest, and then they're there to find evidence to support that arrest so that they don't get sued for making a false arrest, or sued because something's happened to somebody who has been a victim. They're not there for any other reason other than to make an arrest and find evidence, whether that's against you or for you. It doesn't matter. So if you're a victim, you know as well as I, if you're a victim and they come round and they see something that you've done that's committing an offence, they'll overshadow them coming there to help you. They'll go, fuck that, we're going to nick you for doing that instead. Yeah.
Totally agree with that.
But there comes to a point, and again, magistrates, judges I call them gateway. I call it gateway because they decide really in most crimes whether it goes to Crown Court or stays with them. Okay, so you have to go through the magistrates court in almost all cases in order to get to a Crown Court. Magistrates court are money spinners. Yep. For the system. Okay, well, we'll fine you instead, blah blah blah. And when you think about the number of crimes that will go through the system, you'll find that a lot more get dealt with at magistrates than get dealt with at Crown Court. So where do you say we've got to have a justice system that works? Where do you say that? From what point do you start to trust them? There has to be a point. Otherwise people,
it'll end up like vigilante justice, which is exactly what's happened here.
Yeah.
The problem is the Muppets that we're doing the vigilante justice, we're doing it on a lie.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody committed a crime against me, I would call the police. I don't trust the police to do their job properly, but I'll call them because that's what they're there for. Now, if it goes to court, I will not have any faith in the magistrates' court. If it went to a Crown Court, I would at that point have some more faith because you've got a jury in 90% of cases or 99% of cases. You've got a jury there who will decide on the facts who's guilty and who's not. I have to say that that's my point. From that point, I have to put my trust in the system. If it goes wrong at that point, then obviously we've got the High Court. But you have to have a line in the sand and say, right, from that point, I have to put my trust that the system is going to do the right thing. Up until the Crown Court, I've got no trust in the system whatsoever. But from the Crown...
This is it, but it's the same thing, though, isn't it? At Crown Court, 90% of the cases are juries.
Yeah.
So you're putting your faith in the equivalent of fellow members of the public.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So it does give you a bit more trust, I would say, that they're going to actually come to the right verdict. But when you go to a magistrate's court, you were dealing with, let's be totally blunt, hand-picked members of the public.
Yeah.
And they're picked by the establishment for the establishment.
And this whole truth prevail stuff, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the most elaborate story will prevail unless you've got absolute unequivocal proof, as in video footage of something happening, which is hence why we always tell people to record their interactions, because that's the only real proof that you'll ever have that's guaranteed to be on your side. So other than that, you've just got to hope that people, you know, that people can feel the vibes of truth coming from what you're saying, rather than from the people that are trying to stitch you up or lie to get away with something. It's
unfortunately, that's the way the world we're now in. You know, there's more people out there to stitch you up than help you when you get the situation like we're having in the town at the moment, where basically this individual thought, I'll make a few quid out of it. That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah.
And I'll make this lie up, and then it just, the more lies she told, the more money they made. And it just got to the point where it became absolutely ridiculous, because at one point they accused an individual of, and it's just to say to your listeners know what I'm talking about, that she'd been taken to, wasn't Ibiza? Where was it? It was Amsterdam, that was it. Been taken to Amsterdam and sold similar to the Liam Neeson film Taken by an individual. So when the old bill nicked the individual, obviously, as they're going to do to investigate the crime, and they looked at his credit card records and everything else, he was actually in town.
Yeah.
In B&Q. So obviously they knew that was BS from start to finish. But the whole point of it was, it literally became a money-making scheme. Now, I've said this on many platforms, to be fair. I can't understand why the police allowed it to get to that stage. Because we were in the middle of a COVID when it all kicked off, and they still allowed various rallies to take place, even though the government put legislation in place to stop this sort of thing happening. So they could have said, look, you're not having no rally, piss off, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they
could. I mean, they did close some rallies down, didn't they? That was held around the country. So you know, at the end of the day, it should be the same rule for everybody under the law. So if you shut down one, you've got to shut them all down. If you let one go, you've got to let them all go.
Well, that's it. But unfortunately, this area, which again, these company police all over, to be fair, they allowed them to go ahead, and in doing so, my personal opinion, you others can take what they want from it, but my personal opinion is they poured petrol on the flames, because by doing so, they then gave more precedence to it. Because obviously everybody in the movement, there was hundreds attending it, but as quite a few people have said, the only reason they attended it is because they were stuck in the bloody house. Yeah. And it was a reason to get out. You know what I mean? So, but again, when that went to the media side of it, because obviously the individual's videotape and everything, that went all over social media, it sort of gave prudence that obviously this individual must be telling the truth, because all these people have come out.
Yeah.
And then now it's got to the point where it's come out and it's complete and utter BS, which is what many thought in the local area anyway. But again, it's just little things that, the reason I bring it up basically to let listeners know what's going on and also get your views on it is I can't understand why you can go, as you said, one area and they say you can't have a vigil, for example, when that last got killed.
Yeah.
We can pass you by that, but we could have a rally at the other end of the country, and there's nothing said about it.
It is hard to comment on because we don't, we only know what information that has been let out at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, there's obviously information that's been withheld that the public will never get to know about. Why did they let that go ahead? But they tried to stop vigils like Sarah Everard's vigil and things like that. I think it's generally, I think it's a political reason. I think that the majority of the decisions made by police these days are political. And secondly, it's probably somebody that couldn't be asked to look into things properly, or just thought, oh, fuck me, not another one, or, and let's go shut this one down, or let's just let this one go because I can't be bothered to deal with it on shift. It could be any number of reasons, really. But again, it's disgusting that things are treated differently when we're all equal under the law, and should all remain equal under the law.
I just thought I'd give you a ring and let you, get your views on it, because you've got similar sort of views to mine, which is, there should be one rule for everybody, which is what I've been saying from day one.
Yeah, of course.
But on the flip side of that, it's also another reason. So if you've got no topic tonight, at least you can look at why the law's so different in other parts of the country.
Yeah.
Because it literally is. You can go to one area, for example, and get done for doing 35 in a 30 zone. Yet there's other areas that I know, like Manchester, where you can do 60 in a 30 zone, and the cop will just pull you over and say, "Oh, pack it in and knock it on the head."
Yeah.
And you can't get a jog on, basically.
Again, that part boils down to this whole discretion thing that police have. They can decide whether to let somebody go or not for many offences, speeding, having a double tire, shoplifting. They can, unless somebody else is there to make a complaint. If it's something the police have come across, like a driving offence, for example, then they have that discretion. But it interferes with a lot. This police discretion interferes with a lot because everybody's got a completely different view of situations. So as you say, in one place they might turn around and say, yeah, that's fine, go ahead, and another place they might say no and throw the book at you. And it depends on multiple factors, including whether the copper got laid the night before, what side of bed they got up in the morning, whether they spilt their coffee on their shoes on the way to work. There's a number of reasons why discretion isn't necessarily a good thing.
Yeah. But as I say, this is what I thought I'd let you know anyway, so you can. But I wasn't sure if you've seen the articles and stuff, but I do think it's something you could. How can I put it? Because I know you do a good job anyway. And I'm not going to knock you for that because you've made me advice, etc. Congrats on that. But I do think it's something you might want to consider doing an update when the sentencing comes in. And your views on the sentencing, because obviously locally there's a lot of people saying you should get the same as what the individuals would have got if they'd have been found guilty, if it had been true. But others are then coming along saying, well, hang on, she might have a mental health problem. If she's got a mental health problem, then you can't send her to prison for a long time because that won't make her mental health any better.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think in some cases prison can help mental health and this is if, and I know some people go, what the fuck did you just say? If the infrastructure was in place to treat these people whilst they were in prison, the same as people are supposed to go to prison to be rehabilitated, but yet so many of them don't, because it needs a revolving door policy in order to get people coming back to prison so the prisons can make more money.
Yeah. I said this is a thing, from my point of view, I do think, and it's not a view that's, we will say, highly popular. There's quite a few people agree with me on it, but there's also quite a few that think no, that's not the way forward. Is they should turn around and say, look, as I said, it's the old saying of don't do the time, don't do the crime, you can't do the time.
Yeah.
This individual's been found guilty. He's caused a lot of individuals a lot of problems for well over 3 years. So now just playing the mental health card doesn't cut it with me. If they're going to play that card, they should have played it way back when.
Yeah, I agree.
And it seems to be, let us play this and we'll get out of jail free card type thing.
one of the stories I've got tomorrow is somebody that's brought up a mental health issue at the last minute. And, you know, to me, Teresa, if you're watching, I'm talking about what you sent me. You'll find out about that tomorrow. But a police constable who went to going to court on the day that I believe her trial was supposed to start, or at least her case was supposed to be heard, she threw out a mental health card, and now it's been postponed while they have psychiatric reports and stuff to lengthen it out, basically. And people like that, I think it should be. I think if you plead guilty at the earliest opportunity, then you get like a third off your sentence. I think if you've got mental health problems, then you tell them at the beginning, and maybe that should be taken into account when it's left to the end. And you turn around and say, well, actually, I've got mental health issues. I think it should be ignored. I think they should turn around and say, well, it's tough. Hard luck.
Yeah, well, that's exactly my views on it. Is because at the end of the day, mental health doesn't come along, 2 minutes before you're going to get sentenced.
No.
You've had it before that, or you've had it, whilst that. But it's not something that comes along at the last minute just to, as I would put it, say, get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
And I don't think that anybody turn around and be able to use that. I think there should be a cut-off point in any court case where if you're going to play the mental health card or any other type of card like that, if you haven't used it by then or made the call aware of it by then it shouldn't have no bearing on the sentencing.
I can't disagree with that. To be honest, I agree with that completely. But unfortunately,
I'm interested to get other people's views on that if they want to talk to you about it or not. I don't know, but yeah, I just thought I'd give you a quick touching bit because I haven't seen you. I haven't spoken to you since before New Year to say Happy New Year and all that. But yeah, I just thought I'd ring in and bring you up to speed of what was happening locally.
No, it's great. I'm sure if there's anybody that wants to add to that, when they can phone in or come on a panel later and speak about it. So yeah, it's always nice to have somebody mention something that others might want to add to. So thank you.
No problem, but have a good one, and I will get out of your hair and let others again.
No worries. You take care.
You too, mate. All the best. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye, mate. Bye-bye. Oh, whoever was just phoning. Yes, you. Hello. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dave.
Hello. Who's this?
My name's Dave.
Hello, Dave. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, mate. I wanted to have a quick chat with you about your channel and stuff.
By all means.
Yeah, I've been watching you live and stuff. For me, what I find really confusing is pace.
Right.
I mean, essentially what it comes down to is I obviously watch a lot of like the audit channels, bits and pieces and stuff. Obviously, number one, I love your channel. It's great. It's really informative and stuff. But, I get really confused with pace because you look at the American standards and you look at our standards, right, stop and search and stuff. And for me, it's like, a lot of what the Americans don't agree with anyway, full stop, but what it comes down to is that sometimes they get it right. And when you look at their constitution and look at it as to actually what our freedoms are in the UK, actually, I think we're worse off.
We are.
To me, with pace,
yeah,
doesn't matter what we say or do, any copper in the land can stop you and just literally do what they want to do with you. And if you basically go, the common sense route with a copper, and say, look, mate, this is the situation. I've done nothing wrong. Blah blah blah. They'll come up with any excuse, and the amount of times that we see on audits and stuff, when you see it on like UK audits and stuff, it's always like they throw out terrorism act every single time, and things like that. And for me, I'm just like, it's just like that fallback, and I'm just trying to figure out, maybe someone like you to give like a proper explanation of what pace is all about, I think would be brilliant. And what I would love to see personally, Dan, is in your case, because you're so knowledgeable, I would love to see something like similar to like a lackluster in the UK.
Right. I think when it comes to pace, it's very difficult to to break the whole thing down, and I'll tell you for why. This is pace.
Yeah.
Okay. This is 700 odd pages long. Now,
oh mate, I've tried to go through it. I know.
Now, a lot of stuff in there is so obscure that doesn't necessarily get used or thought about or brought up during 99% of interactions with the police. But there are some that will. I mean, obviously, the pace is basically what the police can and cannot do in certain situations.
Yeah.
I think the main problem is that in America, more people understand their rights. I think that many people were taught the Constitution. They were taught what their rights are, and and whatnot. And even though they might only get taught it at school, and as time goes on, they don't refer back to it. They don't teach it, and it almost gets forgotten. There are a lot of people, as you see on the auditing channels in America, who do remember it, who do use it, and as I say, if you use it or lose it. But here in the UK, the kids at school don't get taught their rights. They don't get taught what could happen, or what should happen if you are stopped by the police, what the rules are when it comes to dealing with the police, or the police asking you questions and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's really important. I think it's an important lesson for children to learn. And I think it would actually stop and prevent some kids, not loads, but it would stop some kids from going into that realm of doing naughty things. I think that they would understand the system a bit and go, well, actually, I don't want that to happen to me, or actually, that's not where I want to be. And by teaching people their rights, I think a lot of children would not go down that route. But it is very difficult to explain. I have tried to explain some of it when I've done a video a while back about the youngsters being strip searched by the Metropolitan Police.
Yeah, I saw that. I've seen videos, mate. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
and I did quite a substantial part in that video explaining pace, what they can do, what they can't do, what your rights are, what you're entitled to refuse, and what you have to unfortunately go through. But it is a very difficult subject to go through because there's so much in there. But no, I mean, to be honest, if something comes up in a video and it requires me to explain something in pace, and I do try where I can, if there's something that I'll bring up the legislation, and I'll explain that and whatnot. If there's something that comes up, I will add that to a video. But to sit down, I mean, that's a massive job to sit there and go through it all and put it all out into layman's terms that we can all understand. So I think it has to be a case of when something crops up, then discuss that one section rather than trying to go through the lot. It's a good idea, but I don't know if there's anybody out there that's got the time to do that much.
I think what it comes down to is because it's so complicated.
Yeah.
I think that, in the States it's very succinctly set out. The Constitution is very succinctly set out, and I don't think we've really got anything similar. So it's almost the point that, they make it so confusing that, for Joe Average is not going to be able to actually, understand exactly where they stand.
Yeah.
For me, that's one of the biggest problems with our system, is that basically, as it stands at the moment, any cop in uniform can come up to you, do basically what they want with you. And like you said earlier, which was something you touched on earlier, is that basically it depends on, whether they got a shag last night, or, whether they kicked the dog out of the way on way to work in the morning, whether they're going to take a normal human view of why they talk to someone, or whether they're just going to basically go, I don't care, I'm a copper, I'm going to have you, I can basically do what I want with you.
Yeah. Bad attitudes. Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to. And I just think that, the good thing about it is you've got channels like you coming up and flagging up where it goes wrong. But the biggest problem that other than pace I've got, is the fact that the police investigating the police. At the end of the day, I mean, it doesn't matter with what we're doing with I can't remember what you call the body now. I always get stuck with these acronyms, but
the IOPC.
Yeah, the IOPC. I mean, basically, they do nothing. I mean, I've looked at. I am quite interested in what's going on. You know, and this is like piqued my interest. I look at their figures. I mean, you look at the figures. It's a joke. The amount of planes that go through, and the amount are actually like seen as sustained or anything else. It's such a small amount, and you're figuring it just can't be right. You know, it's just, and I think our whole policing system needs a massive overhaul. You know, as quickly as possible.
I think it needs tearing down and rebuilding. I've said this a few times before, and I know it'd be difficult to do that because you can't be left without any law enforcers. So you can't pull the whole structure of the police organisation down and then start again. But you can go force to force. Okay, and do what you need to do with it. And I've said this before. I've seen it happen in America, right? You sack everybody off, okay, or you retire everybody. You close it down, because they're all organisations now. So you liquidate the organisation basically, and then you start again. Anybody that was a part of that organisation then has to reapply, including chief constables and all the rest of it. Okay, everybody has to reapply. They then get checked properly and thoroughly. And people that have previous records and have had, markers on their files and all that kind of stuff need to be
like a Brady list, basically. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, just
a Brady list and
just need to get rid of them all. And of course, in time it will get corrupted again. But
but I think you've got a good point there, actually, Dan. Because to be fair, I mean, it's not as if we've got what made it about America is the amount of law enforcement agencies they've got involved in the whole process.
Yeah.
Whereas over here, it's a very simple thing. We've just got different counties and different forces. It's the same principles and the same law. Do you know what I mean? You're not working on state law, county law, federal law, or anything else. You know what I mean? It's just one law. So you've got a point. I think it's just reiterate the point that our police system. I'm pro police. You can't not have a police force because you're going to have anarchy. I don't want to live in anarchy at the end of the day. Some people do, some people don't. But it's just an interesting point. And like I said to you, Dan, you do great work anyway.
Thank you.
What would be lovely, I would love to see your views on some of the audits that are carried out by some of the guys. I mean, I think we've got some really good auditors in the UK. I think we have. There's some really good ones, but there's some others they just jumped on that USA bandwagon. I'm like, come on, do you know what I mean? It's like there's ways and means of doing an audit. But so I'd be interested to see if you used to do like a similar lackluster thing. Just an idea, mate. I'm not saying what you got to do because you're doing what you do, but I'd love to see you do something like that because you've got the knowledge.
Always happy to hear from people if they've got ideas and things. As I say, I think it's a massive project. I mean, maybe when the channel's doing better and I've got some proper ad revenue coming in, I can then maybe pay somebody to go through it and put it out in layman's terms in order for me to then do videos on. But with the amount of stuff I have to do on a normal daily basis, trying to find the time to do the videos like I used to do, where I'd break down somebody's interaction and show the legislation and that kind of stuff, it's very few of those videos that I manage to do these days because there's so many bent police that I keep reporting on. Again.
Well, in that case, mate, I'll make the call now. Everyone get your Patreon up, get the money ploughing in. That's what we need to do, Dan. So
I'd love to be able. Listen, I'd love to be able to hire somebody to either do my writing or do my editing for me. That would free up time each day for me to do, some other bits and pieces.
I'll tell you what, mate. I'll increase your lottery win when it happens. All right.
I appreciate that.
Cheers, Dan. Thanks for your time, mate. I appreciate
no worries. You look after yourself. Thank you for the call.
Cheers, bud.
Thanks very much. Bye now. Hello, I'm a swinger. It's difficult for me to say hello when I'm talking to people on phone because it seems a bit rude.
Swinger.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello when I'm talking to people on phone.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
I'll just turn the background down. Hang on.
No worries.
Swinger. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Yeah, a question I wanted to ask you, Dan.
Go on, mate.
I got an SAA license. I've got a question mark that's doing my brain in at the moment. If you've got an SAA license, and somebody's not mentioning no names, but if he's looking at like CCTV, he has to have another CCTV license, doesn't he?
Right, say that again.
I've got an SAA license.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna mention no names. A person that's got one the same as me, but he looks at CCTV, on whatever.
Okay.
And the law I think the law states. I'm not sure. Law states that you have to have a CCTV license to actually watch it. And that's a good question, right?
I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think you do. I don't think you do. You might have to have a license as a company as a company as a whole to deal with CCTV because of the data and all that kind of stuff. I'm not entirely sure that you do need a separate license if you're just viewing CCTV as an operator. I might be wrong. Let me see if I can find out quickly.
Well, there's three stages. There's 3 stages to it. There's one security guard, one for a door supervisor, and the other one is for close protection. You know, even cash in transit have got to have a license. Even dog handlers, they got to be licensed. It's just been rattling my brains. I see. I spoke to Simon yesterday. He seems all right. I spoke to Simon yesterday.
Yeah, it's in Simon Sideways, Reverend.
Yeah. They're clamping down now on YouTube. They're a joke. Unbelievable. It's mad.
Right. Okay. What I found here is, in short, if any licensable activities of a CCTV operator or public space surveillance operator are carried out, then a license is required. These activities include actively monitoring the activities of a member of the public, using CCTV equipment such as cameras, or reviewing recorded footage. But it seems to me that this is a actually you might very well be right here actually.
Oh.
Because it's talking about CCTV operator rather than, and I would take that as an individual rather than as a company. And there's nothing here. And it says here the role of a CCTV operator. So I'm taking from that
got to have a license.
That they're talking about an individual. But it does say that it just says that you need an SIA license. It doesn't necessarily state here that you need a separate one. Oh, no. Here we go. See, I opened my mouth too soon. To be eligible for an SIA CCTV license or public spaces surveillance license, you need to have successfully completed the CCTV operator training courses and obtained the linked qualification, level 2 qualification in CCTV operations. So, yeah, it's individual needs a CCTV license in order to view. Yeah. Well, that's interesting because I didn't know that myself, to be honest.
No, it's just that there's like you said that the caller before me, he was bang on because. It's like they come out of prison and they do what they've done, like abusing children and all that, but they can change their name by a depot now. He's from.
Yeah.
And they go and get a criminal record check and say, and he goes and does playing with teddy bears in the zoo or whatever, you know what I mean, just giving you a figure of speech.
Yeah, I know.
Just getting stupid, isn't it?
Well, the thing is, the people used to be pretty. I know this sounds really like back to front, but even criminals used to be pretty decent back in the day. And if they'd done something wrong, they'd put their hands up to it, they'd take the rap for it and deal with it. Do you know what I mean? If they got caught. So, but these days, as you say, somebody will do something that they shouldn't do, something horrific, like you just alluded to, go and get their name changed. But back in the day, people would have the backbone and the bollocks to turn around and say, yes, I was known by a previous name. I mean, I was known by a previous name. won't go into that on here. It's you know, it's nothing bad, but it's a family thing. But but I have to put on everything. Yeah, well, I have to put on everything I've been known. But if it asks, I have to put, oh yes, I have been known by a previous name. And I would do that even if I'd done something and I got nicked, I would still do that. That's just the way that I am. I put, you know, if I get in trouble for something, my hands go up and I'm okay, fair cop, you know, do what needs to be done.
If I'd won the lottery, mate, I would have just put, there's 250 grand, get on, do your writing. And I think you do a brilliant job, you know.
Thank you.
How can you nick a woman for silent praying in a public area?
I know. I wish I wasn't off. I wish I wasn't away at the time that happened. Because I wasn't.
I nearly fell out the kitchen when I heard that.
I wasn't around anything to do any recording or anything at that point. But I was gutted. But that was absolutely mental. And it is something that I wanted to break down at some point. I've got the video, and I wanted to break it down at some point because, you know, although I know lots of people have, you know, I like to do things in my way. Do you know what I mean? So I will do that at some point. But it's unbelievable the sheer gall that some people have, you know, just because they've got a uniform on.
It's just like taking the mickey. I know some of the audits they do, but you don't really want to go and fly an audit over drones over Ministry of Defence establishments and stuff like that.
Oh God, no, not MO.
Then you're going to get yourself into serious trouble, man.
Listen,
you can't do this. Yeah, watch them.
If you put a drone up over MOD, you're fucked. That MOD property's got a red line all the way around it, and the police force operate within 50 miles. But the red line that goes, you've got it in London as well. You've got like a single red line, I think it is, that goes around some of the buildings in London, and you are not allowed to cross that with cameras. No. You're not allowed to fly anything over that line. There's all sorts of things that you can't do around, you know, within that red line. Yes, I can get people to take the piss and fly up against the red line and do what they've got to do. That's risky. It's legal, but it's risky because you know, it only takes listen. It's all very well saying the police can't touch you, but they can and they do. And after the fact, it's too late. It's too late to not get hurt after the fact, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So
especially the plod.
Yeah.
People, I mean, you think the meta bad, mate? Yeah. I'll see the plod. You know, the MOD police, the Civil Atomic Research Agency, the Metropolitan Police. Not the Metropolitan, the BT, British Transport Police. And people don't realise what goes by rail unless they work on it, or unless they've been there and got a T-shirt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, you know, we used to. I mean, the train strike, the stuff like where I used to work, they're going, oh, have some more of that. Have some more fireworks. Yep, okay. They can't move it. Well, they can move it, but they'll just do it under the British railway. They'll just say, okay, we'll just go and move it.
Yeah.
Well, they use other parts of the firm. I mean, people don't realise how big the MOD is in transport. Got nothing. They don't know nothing. They make Tesco's, Sainsbury's, all that lot. Oh, what's that? Yeah, no, they even make G4S look like a part-time toy company.
Yeah.
You know, and we used to go all over the place. Bicester, the other place near Banbury. You know, and think, whizzing down the railway depot. You have a right laugh, you know. You put that one in the wrong one. You go and drag that out, or you go and put that one in. So, like playing me what can I say? Your own Hornby train set.
Yeah.
You know, and I got some serious kit. You know, I mean, Simon said, "How's my microwave getting on?" Well, I made rhubarb and strawberry crumble. Just eating finished the last night. You go, oh, I'm doing well. My fridge is brilliant at the microwave. Well, I'm still trying to get around that. I'm still trying to get to you. You know, you just do such a good. But I think YouTube really want to start sorting things out. You know.
Well, they seem to be getting worse. I mean, if you've heard about the new changes to their policies, although I don't think that it will affect me. I don't think it would affect me too badly. Lots of other YouTubers out there are now talking about it, and there is a potential for YouTube's new policies to really screw a lot of us over. But I'm going to keep doing what I do. I do get some help from people, which is absolutely fantastic. I don't think Simon.
Simon, they'll end up dying on the job, if you know what I mean. He's brilliant, absolutely blinding.
Yeah.
I mean, guys for truck driving and all that now, they're just getting silly on that, and you do this and do this. I mean, my mates, the fire that they had on the M25, that truck one, and my mate worked for that, and he works for a family company down in Sussex. He hasn't had a pay rise for 12 years. They went up and got his bonus last week, 250 quid, and he said, that's it. So he's going to go. Now he's just booked a course. He's going to go and do in tanks, fuel. He said, that's it. I'm off, and we're going to work at the airport. His mates, they're going to start in there, and they make the basic there at the airport for a fuel tanker, aircraft fuel tanker. It's 43,000 a year basic. And you think, I'll have some of that. But they can't get the drivers. You can see it. You see it in the shops, Tesco's. It's called logistics, and people say, "Oh, what do you know about logistics?" Well, people say, I worked for a city firm for 5 years or logistics for 16 years. When you work for logistics nearly 32 years, everything goes from food to petrol to grain. I can take a hands-cam plate straight off the thing. I'll tell you exactly what it is. I don't even have to look at a manual. All
right. Sorry, I'll just just bringing something up on. Somebody just mentioned. I think I wanted to bring that up on Google for later. Go on.
That fire they had on the M25, he hit the side of the crash barrier, and what they had on the front was logs. Well, logs is inflammable anyway, but he didn't get a pay rise. And they're a family-run company. He buys himself a 70 grand motor, and the missus on like another 40 grand motor.
Yeah.
And I just said, no, so it ain't happening. So people say they can't do it, and some of the drivers, they can't. They're trying to make a living. I mean, even White Van Man's going to come unstuck soon because they're chucking another. Carl wants to chuck another environmental tax on them.
Yeah.
So where's it going to end?
All this to help the climate, whilst it's doing absolutely fuck all for the climate, and rather lining more people's pockets.
It's like you look at them when they go in the dust and all that. But you got the people say, we do this, we dump that. Yeah, well, I did it for 10 years, mate. So I know you got to talk about, but they can't do it because they can't get the drivers for it.
Yeah.
And fuel, there's diesel, Hazchem, and all that. Like, Hazchem is like, you even got a CPC now. I should really put digital taco in White Van Man, because Simon was saying that there was a DPD guy. He worked for about a week. I come in one Friday. I find him dead at the wheel, and he died in his van.
Fucking hell.
I mean, that is like it's just stupid. And Amazon don't give a shit. Go at 5 o'clock in the morning, they'll be, Jesus Christ, they'll be stacking up, especially up around Surrey, up in London, Croydon and all that way.
Yeah.
There's just there's no things about it, What do people know about, they say over the Ukraine war, they're doing this, but they don't know how much kit is actually going out the door. I've never actually sat down and actually looked at it. Electricity's going up. Yeah, fair enough. We know that. We know the gas has gone up. Things have gone up. Wheat. Ukraine's the biggest production of wheat, for Christ's sake. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, but they all want their bread.
Of course.
They want their rubbish removed, or they want their fly tipping going, And people say, it's because we can't do this, or can't get mould done in the local authority housing. Well, that's really out of order sometimes, because he's pocketing it all. I went out, I put my bucket out. I came round, had a look at electrics, just about to do my kitchen floor and bathroom, and she got out, threw the water out, took my mop bucket away. I said, no, I live in the bathroom, because it was health and safety. She said, well, it's fire risk and all that. It's about thingies up at London. Nothing to do with me, mate. Not my fault. That's their problem. They uncut it. That's why they undercutted that type of thing, it wouldn't have happened. If they put the right stuff in and stopped cutting corners, we wouldn't have all this. It's because people, they want their bit, everybody wants any other bit, and the ambulance crews, they work their cotton socks off anyway, so do the doctors, and the train driver as well. They probably put a pocket of change with Brink's mat lorries tipping up at the door. Same as the put the postman. Postman, not a bad job. My man was a postman for 15 years. But where's it going to stop? It's going to stop where people are saying, well, and all this going about, my brother lives at Rutland up there, and they've had trouble up there with the people that have come over from France and all that, put in the hotels and all that. Serco, they're an absolutely cowboy company. It's the same as that. Same as Amy, and that's the company that went bust for the Ministry of Defence.
Yeah.
Carillion, that's it. They had recruiting that went clonk. Everything else, the housing accommodation they get in the army now is absolutely brilliant. Some of it, it's of course like living in Buckingham Palace, for Christ's sake. I mean, how do these soldiers manage to be out in the street? And where do they get the money to pay for all these asylum seekers, all these people that are staying here, coming here illegally? France don't muck about.
No.
France don't have that problem. You look at the police over there. Oh, don't know about that yet. It's going to come to it where someone's just going to have a bad day at the office, and it's going to happen. And then you can see it's going to happen. You can see it's going to happen, Dane. Is that one of these coppers that go out on the street and somebody say, well, no, mate, it's time for you, one of them is actually going to die in a stabbing or a shooting, because they just don't, they ain't going to put up with it. They're just going to say, okay, mate, bang, good night.
Yeah.
Good night. And that's what they get paid for, They're not worried about, what they realise is that when they train these policemen at their colleges, and we've seen it in the mob, who do you think trains them all? The British, the MOD. The MOD, private security companies here, they come off the ministry, they come off the prison service, that. Well, who do you think does it all?
Yeah.
And society, you can see where society's going. 3 or 4 years, mate. I'll give it 3 years and I'll be tooled up. You see them today and they've got all their weapons there. I mean, it's like I think someone said the other week, if you're overweight and you can't run, why do you taser him? There's really got to be a tightening up on taser laws and stuff like that.
Yeah, but this is what I've been saying, isn't it, for a long time? Just because you've got a taser, imagine if they had guns. Just because somebody was running away from them, they'd get shot. And in America, don't get me wrong, it happens in America, but many videos that I see of America are the police chasing somebody. Okay.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, most coppers in America that I've seen on videos, or maybe not most, but a lot of coppers in America are built like brick shithouses, and they are fit and they are capable of restraining somebody. Obviously, sometimes they go too far, but if you put 5 random US coppers next to 5 random British coppers, you'd laugh at the British coppers. You just go, who the fuck are you? Do you know what I mean? And you're right. They don't want to chase people. It's a case of if I can't chase them in my car, I'll taser the cunt, or I'll hit them and then say they hit me first, or something like that.
It's like you look at the French, the GSG9, the French, French police force, anti-riot police. Look at the Germans. Look at the Dutch. They don't muck about. When they take one of these big convoy jobs out from wherever where they come from, I'm not going to mention names, they're green. They don't even tell the local plod. Why? Because they've got their own people there. The plod always trying to. I've noticed that even when I was in the firm, they're always, oh, can we do anything? No. Why? Because you don't win. They wouldn't even get in. No, not interested. Even if you have got a warrant card, you still can't come in. Because some of the places are so sensitive. So, sorry. Oh, no, I can't do that. No, sorry. Not in. You haven't passed thing. You may. So, do the police actually have a better. When you say, I've got criminal record check and all that, I think, well, hang on. No, surely you've got to go. back. I mean, I went for a thing up at Whitehall, and out of 250 people, they've got their number now. I think I was 98 out of 300 that actually passed that thing. Now I've got to wait till February to see if I get a job.
Yeah.
And I tried all the big up where we are, down where we are up there, down here, but I can't get a job. It's driving me nuts. And you think, what have I done wrong? I want to go back to work. I'd like to go and get a nice little car or something. Or what is it people want? I don't know what people want these days. And the app says, you didn't get it. I even tried for Tesco's, and the app says you didn't get it. But what's the app then? Well, if you go and, you can't say that. And yet, it's like some people that go in the local town, say where the van pulls up, CIT woman gets out, ding, ding, ding. Some traffic comes along, traffic warden, dink, straight on the van. No, sorry, they're doing. You get people complaining about, we can't park that there because my kid or whatever, yeah. It's like the woman in, I think it was Leicester. It's going out of her grand, she went across the road. A guy ran her 12-year-old girl, her daughter over, her granddaughter, and went straight over the hood of the car, and she waited 5.5 hours for an ambulance. I mean, that's like
horrible, isn't it? So can I just interrupt you for a second and just say, first of all, Diver Dan, thank you so much appreciated. I do already have the funds for a sleeve separately to what comes through here, but I can assure you that will be well spent on equipment and running the channel. And also, Sir Almighty Budge, thank you very much for becoming a member. Much appreciated.
Yeah, I've joined you a lot. I joined you as well.
Oh, cool. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that I thanked them before it got too far.
I did a subscription when I went on to leave a comment. Fridge and microwave, but my proper name. Yeah, it's just so pointing about things like that, and they get things like that, and it's even the laws these days. The employment laws have gone out the window, and you think, the worst thing you can get done for is thieving. Swearing's not a criminal offence, so that's low down the queue line.
Yeah.
I mean, antisocial behaviour. Some of that's a joke. Stupid things. People. Oh, my girlfriend stabbed me, and I had to go to hospital and go to court. Yeah. And when you come down, and where I live, say, oh, did you hear anything? No. And the guy's 42 years old, or 43. The woman's 26 years old. Oh, I'm such and such and such. Yeah. Well, what have you been doing? I say, well, why? What makes you so bad? Well, I've got the t-shirts and I've got the medals, but nothing happens. Nothing. Oh, I mean, even the guy below me is 86. I'm not going to say what council it is, but they said that they can't. They just put the phone down on the guy. The guy's 86 years old. You just don't need all this.
No, of course not.
It's like my best neighbour. He works for Truck and Drive. He owns a company. You can always look that up. But he said, he's got 2 daughters. His wife goes out. Got a lovely little area, but it's getting like bloody Bay Road.
Yeah.
I think, what's going on there? And if you don't say anything, I just say, I let them crack on. I did a year ago here, and the guy he was an Iranian, and the guy got slashed, got a Chelsea necktie, as we say. And I went out, saved him. I go, where'd you learn that? I said, well, I'm not to say where, but overseas where Harry's been. Even Harry's getting that type of. I've never seen anything. I mean, Harry, lovely guy, but people, public, they don't know him. They've never met him. They know what he's like. He's like you and me at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But how can he? It's like you said yonks ago. Never judge a book by its cover, and it's true. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. If you can't do the job, don't do it. Carry a gun. If you fire it, you're going to go to jail. And, that's it. You ain't going to get out. I mean, it's like in the army, certain things that people do forward in the army. We were told you never steal food, you never steal fuel, ammunition or weapons. But what do they go for? Oh, this colonel pays himself £3,000 a month, just a pretend job. Yeah, he's done it. Yeah, Daddy should be at Salisbury Plain doing whatever he's done. The guy who I'm not mentioning the name lives in Putney. His son went on the Facebook, blah blah blah, ding ding ding, dong dong dong, because this major couldn't get the funding to send his son to a military school. He thought I'd just investigate him, so I did some digging. Came back, we forwarded it to you know who, the SIB, other Special Investigation Branch of the Ministry.
Yeah.
Don't want it. Oh man, once they get in you, that's it. You might as well just go and get a rope and hang yourself, as they say. You know, they'll hang me, they'll never hang me. But he got in, and I went for a court martial. He lost everything. His wife divorced him. He lost the house. He lost his pension. It's even happened to staff sergeants that have done things like that shouldn't happen. But why do they do it? Absolutely. You've got a good job. Pension's not bad. People moan because they haven't got. I've got an army pension. Not a lot. People moan and say, "Well, how do you manage on it?" I said, "Well, I do. Why? What's the problem?" You know, they want what I've got, but they're not going to get it because they've never done it. I mean, get some people to say, some of my best friends are ex-parachute regiment, and some of them a guy called him a Walter Mitty the other day, and he said, "Don't think so," you know. And they're a joke. You cannot impersonate a soldier now, you know, because you've got your army number. So you got your national insurance number. Our national insurance number isn't mine, you know. My army number's mine. Mine's probably so ancient it's got dust on it. But what do you do? It's like you know, Liverpool, lovely little place. I mean, I was disappointed today that Chelsea lost against Man United or Man City, which I was a bit going up, but it happened, you know. Keep it going, Daddy. The channel's absolutely brilliant, you and Simon, mate, you know. Do you ever get together?
Occasionally. I did mention it to him yesterday or day before. I said he needs to do some more collaborations with other YouTube channels because he was talking about growing his channel, and you know, if you can get to do collaborations with other people, that massively helps. But it's just a case of finding the right people to do collabs with.
All you want now is the KGB, the CIA, the Ukrainian army, the Russians come in the front door and they'll be playing chess. You know, and I can't go over there. I'm doing the papers book or whatever. You know, it's absolutely mad. It's crazy.
Yeah,
you've got to admit those. People don't. It's like saying they're all for themselves now since this lockdown, but nothing's. It's just unbelievable. Where do they get all the money to? They were complaining about the accommodation of these hotels. Some people give their right arm.
I know.
But,
I know they are.
You know. Right, I will let you get on, young man.
No worries. Thanks for the call again, as usual.
Yeah. Okay, mate. Take care, mate. Bye bye.
Look after yourself. Take it easy.
Yeah, try, mate. Bye.
Goodbye, mate. Bye bye. Right, guys, I know somebody's trying to get through, and that'll ring any second now. There we go. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello. Can you just bear with me 1 second while I say something to the people watching?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I understand that sometimes when I get talking to people, they might not be talking about something that you find particularly interested in, but it's highly rude to say this is boring or get that person off or next or whatever it might be. Some people that phone me don't just phone because they want to talk about a specific situation. They phone because they're on their own. They're lonely. They might not have people to talk to all week. So although sometimes people go on a bit, maybe, or talk about several different subjects, I allow that to go in most cases because these people might be sitting there and may not have other people to talk to. And I think it's incredibly rude to say this is boring or get this person off or whatever it might be, because if it was you that phoned up, I would treat you exactly the same way and I would let you talk. And if somebody turned around and said get off, I would say to them to not say that about you. So let's please, let's if you don't like what's being said, go make yourself a cuppa. Let the person talk for a little. Go and have a cuppa or whatever it might be. But let's not get into that habit of calling people boring and telling them to get off and things like that, because I think it's highly unfair. Anyway, hello there, caller.
Hi.
How are you? Who's this?
I'm fine. I was hoping you would recognise the number.
I know. Hang on a minute. I know that. I know that accent. The number I'm not sure about because it's showing up on my Skype. Are you somebody whose number I've got or had?
Yes.
Right. Is this Double D?
It is, darling. How are you doing?
I'm well. How the hell are you?
I'm fine. I'm doing not too bad. How are you doing?
I'm okay, thank you. I haven't heard from you for ages.
I know. I've been just busy doing other things, and completely came off YouTube for good. So I just thought of you tonight and thought, I wonder if he's doing his live.
I'll be honest, I did, when I heard your voice, I did have an inkling, but I wasn't 100% sure because it's been that long. But yeah, I'm not going to say that I knew it was you, but I did have an inkling. So yeah, some people are saying they knew it was you, they recognised your voice. But it's been a while for me, and my brain doesn't work as well as it used to. But there we go. Anyway, I'm really glad you phoned in. It's really nice to hear from you.
And thank you for all the love in the chat, by the way. Hi, guys. I've missed you too. I've had a lot going on.
It's going mad in there.
I actually wanted to ask you, where is the duck?
The duck?
I'm looking behind you and there's no duck.
This one? You mean this one? Can you see my screen?
Oh, yeah. There he is.
Is that the one you're talking about? He's right next to me.
Is.
He's right next to me, and that's where he's always been, right next to me there. So he can't stand up over there. He just falls over. So I have to leave him here for now. Oh dear. So
I'm so glad to see that you're a lot better. The last time we talked, you were pretty much just in recovery.
Has it been that long?
It has, yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I mean, I apologise to everybody. Thank you so much for the love in the chat. It's nice to see. I had enough going on in sort of life that I couldn't handle the twists and turns of YouTube anymore.
It can be a handful, can't it? Let's face it.
It can. Well, today, the 8th of the month now, I absolutely hate, is 13 months since I lost Freddie, my puppy.
Right, okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
You probably heard that I don't have the dogs anymore.
I did, yeah. And I'm sorry. You know, I loved them, and I saw your lovely kitty.
Yes, unfortunately, he didn't last very long either.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Didn't even make it to 18 months. He got hit by a car.
Oh, my puppy was 17 months. Freddie was 17 months when I had to put him down.
Oh.
He had it was they think that it was a syndrome in his brain, and they couldn't map his brain out.
Right.
And he wasn't right. So, but he's in a better place. He is. It kills me, the fact that you know what I'm like, and I'm always on the glass empty side. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, when Smudge, when I found out about Smudge, Holly will tell you, I was a mess. To be honest, I didn't know who else to. When I found out, I didn't know who else to contact. And she was the first person, and she was the last person I spoke to, and the first person on my WhatsApp. So I messaged her. But it was, I was in pieces after that.
I'm sorry, I didn't even know about that. Like I said, I had been I had cut everything off. I was trying to focus on my family. My granddaughter is now, she turned 2 in November. I feel fucking old. The thing is, she is a little ginger streak. I have no idea where the ginger came from, but she is just a head full of ginger curls, and it's like she's got a rocket up her ass. She demolishes everything in sight.
Oh, bless.
So, but I'm so sorry to hear about Smudgers.
Oh, you know, it was upsetting. Don't get me wrong. I'd had him for 18 months. It wasn't to replace Daisy and Alice, but I needed some company in the house. Just knowing there was, another living thing in the house made things a bit easier to bear. Do you know what I mean? Even though he buggered off out most of the time, but knowing I'd wake up in the morning, he'd be at the end of the bed, and he'd come and for a cuddle and bite. I've got a video of him nibbling the end of my nose. Stuff like that, and it was just a shock when he went, and it upset me properly. But it's one of them things, I suppose. But it doesn't matter how long you have them, does it? They quickly grab hold of you. It sounds really soppy, but they quickly grab hold of your heart, and when they go, they rip a chunk out with them. So,
well, I'll admit, before I had Freddie, I was low. He lit up the house. Yeah. And I am now a lot worse. I lost a big piece when I lost him. But at the moment, I don't know if you remember Neo. I have my big black lab.
Right.
He turned 12. But he's really pretty... he's pretty bad at the moment. He's got hip dysplasia, and he's not doing great because his brother used to keep him sort of agile, and now he's getting a lot of muscle wastage. So
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's what you, I mean. The 12 years. It sounds horrible, but I've had him since he was 7 weeks old. But the fact that Freddie was just a puppy, just sort of killed me, you know. But you do what you do, and I apologize that I disappeared, guys. I am sorry. This is not me coming back. It's not. I won't be able to. I don't think I could handle this now. I've got to a point in my life where I'm just sort of skating by and no more, if you know what I mean.
Well, you're always welcome to jump on any time that you do fancy it. So just remember that, and you should still have my number. I had my phone taken off me in last January when I got arrested, but I'm not sure if I've got your number still. But you should still have my number, perhaps.
I should do. I think I do.
Well, by all means, give me a shout if you need to talk or anything like that, or if you just want to say hello or whatever.
No, I appreciate that. I was sitting thinking, I wonder if he's still doing his Sunday Lives, and wanted you to let you know, I'm still here. And I do miss you guys, and I do think about you. It's just, it's not an atmosphere that I can handle anymore. So I do still love everybody. I'm just not interested in the drama that goes on anymore.
Well, yeah, as I say, it can be a bit much at times. Even now, on 3 years I've been on, I did miss a large portion because of the strokes. But even now, sometimes you think to yourself, why bother? Yeah. Generally, don't get me wrong. I'm saying that sounds really bad. I mean, the community is still brilliant and fantastic, and it gets better as time goes on. But there are people that will infiltrate or try and cause problems, try and cause people to argue and fall out and make up things about people. And I don't need that shit. Nobody needs that shit. Do you know what I mean? But unfortunately, this is a kind of a place where that just attracts drama from, drama queens.
Yeah.
When you really,
I mean, I'm not into
it.
that. The worst drama I'm getting at the moment is my kids loving the fact that, well, I would say I've gone downhill as such, but they love it in the fact that I am now on a walker. I can't walk on my own anymore. And they love taking the piss about the fact they're going to let my wheels down and, they're going to take the air out of the tyres and like, fuck off. But I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I know I would, love to be able to just sit and chat and catch up with you. But I just wanted to say there's still a lot of love there, and I miss you bits. I really do.
Well, when you went, everybody was asking after you, and you've seen how everyone is in the comments now. You've reared your head. I'm sure everybody's going to be asking me for weeks now. Have you heard from Dee Dee? Is Dee Dee okay? have you heard from Dee Dee? So no, there is, as I say, we've got a great community here, and when people are part of that community, I think most people will have their back and will be concerned when they don't come on, or will be, will like to know that they're doing okay. I
thought the best sort of thing would be to just cut it off clean and start healing from there. And I know that I did cut people off that I shouldn't have, and I do apologize for that, but for me, it was the only way that I was going to be able to manage to lift myself up again, I guess.
Well, as I say, if you, I've said this to loads of people, and people do. If you need to talk, drop us a message, and soon as I'm done doing what I'm doing, because normally I'm recording, but as soon as I'm done, I'll give you a shout. But don't be a stranger. No, not
at all.
None of us ever had a problem with you, as far as I know. So you are more than welcome.
Just know I love you to bits, and it was nice to be able to talk to you. But I'll let you go because I know you've got other callers.
And it's nice.
I was wondering to see if you would recognise the voice, because you used to always say right away you knew who it was.
I did, and as I say, I could say I did recognise you, but I didn't. I thought I knew who it was, but because of the time it's been, and because of the strokes, it's sometimes difficult to make the connections. But most people did catch who you were in the comments, and and said it. So, but no, it's been lovely to hear from you, Dee, genuinely.
Well, you take care, and
you.
Love you a bit.
And
love
you
everybody
too.
in chat. Okay, it's been great talking to you.
You look after yourself.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Right, I'm turning that off for a moment. So whoever's calling now, just hang up from me and call back in a few minutes, because Pap needs to go for a slash. So don't go anywhere, because I will be right back. And when I come back, we'll have another 15 minutes. 15 minutes of Skype calls. We'll get one or two more calls in, and after that we'll get the panel open, and we'll get a few people on for a chat. So stay there, guys. Okay, and we're back. So 15 minutes. 0151 925 no 529 no 0151 528 9590. I should know that by now. 0151 528 9590, or search Skype for Dan Papp. Look for my logo, and that's me. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Oh, hello. This is Adrian.
Hello, Adrian. How are you?
Oh, good. I called you last time about the noise nuisance.
Yes, I remember. Yes.
Then I didn't email you because the second day I got like a message, and I called and I asked them about that thing with the app, and they said they have to come back to me. They didn't come back to me, but yeah, I'm gonna see what's happening with that thing. What I want to say, I'm on Universal Credit, and
Okay.
I want to start with a joke. I don't know if it's a good joke or a bad joke.
Okay.
Sorry?
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so it goes like this. They say all my friends work as recruiters, job recruiters, and I asked one of them why, and they said there's no jobs out there. Yeah, so I'm going to Universal Credit, and sorry about that. But the thing is, there are a lot of recruiters and a lot of jobs like hire again and again. And
Yes.
There was someone calling about Tesco. You need to go for an agency, and you don't even need to speak English. You just need to be the right candidate that they're looking for.
Yeah.
And you, if you want to do it, you can do it yourself. You can apply, for example, at Co-op. If you apply at Co-op, they require your national insurance number in order to get the test. And the questions are so hard that you really need to know exactly what to choose. And they're like very strange, a very strange way to answer the question, because it's like likely, more likely, less likely, not at all, or something like that.
Right.
And it seems like someone and an agency is doing this recruitment for the thing, especially in my area, where some of the people don't really speak English. Doesn't matter. But they made it in such a way that it seems that it's fair, but it's so unfair that it's like crazy. You can't even get the job unless you have the answers and stuff. What I want to say. I want to say this thing about I'm on Universal Credit, and I used to work for the last 5 years at the same job.
Right.
And after I lost my job with the pandemic, when they reduced the number of people they were coming, they had the furlough, and after the furlough, they still had the measures in place that they only had like this amount of people and stuff.
Yeah.
And I lost my job and whatever, and I couldn't find another job. And I'm going to this job center, and I went like 8 times, and I have like a problem with my back. I got attacked on the bus, got kicked in the spine. I had a previous injury from a car accident, and it got kind of bad. And I have a monopod. You know monopod?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I will have a monopod. I'm using it as a walking stick in case like I have like pressure on my spine, or um, uh, sometimes my left leg goes numb and I fall down, and it happened a few times around the house,
Okay.
and I have that thing, and I feel like safe when I have that thing in my backpack. Sometimes I have it, but the security guard won't let me in with it after the 8th time. So I went 8 times over there, and suddenly he said I'm not allowed in with it anymore. And yeah, I don't know what to do about it. I called G4S security because they're securing all this job center stuff,
Right.
and they're sending like an email from a weird address. It says in compliance with DWP. So it's not from DWP, and it does sound like G4S, and it's just strange. And I got like we did an investigation, and at the bottom down it says that none of the things that the investigator said reflect on the view of the company, and they're not liable for what the investigator did. They're purely his views, and it's just strange. It sounds like this thing with stuff with um, independent companies and stuff. And
So
yeah.
let me just clarify. So you were stopped from entering somewhere because you had the monopod with you, yeah?
Yeah, but I was allowed to go anywhere else, including airports, sky garden.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you contacted who? Who was it you contacted? You contacted them to complain, yeah?
Yeah, the G4S.
So you contacted G4S, and then you received an email back from an email address that said something to do with DWP.
In compliance with DWP.
Right. Okay. Which obviously you hadn't contacted DWP, had you? You contacted G4S. So
I contacted DWP. They said that I have to contact the building, the managers. It's just like a circle.
Right. Yeah. This is what you'll find with lots of places. It's all about passing the buck, so nobody gets the blame. So you get, you contact G4S, they say it's nothing to do with us or whatever. Then you contact somebody else, they say no, it's nothing to do with us. And then eventually, most people will give up. And I think this is a plot to get people to give up. It's like when you phone DWP for any reason and you're on the phone for over an hour waiting. I personally think it's done so that people do give up and don't try phoning in. You were using the monopod as a walking aid. I'm
also using it for photography, but I'm using it mostly as a walking aid in case this thing happened and I can't walk. Yeah.
So nowhere should really prevent you from entering. I mean, if it's a monopod, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not a club. It's not a club with nails in the end. It's a monopod, which
not even made out of metal. It's plastic fiber or something.
Right. But they allow people in with crutches. They allow people in with walking sticks, but they wouldn't let you in. Now, to me, that is that if they fail to allow you in, they're not allowed to treat you any differently under the Equalities Act. They're not allowed to treat you any differently than they would treat an able-bodied person. Okay, so therefore, unless there's a sign saying you're not allowed to bring walking aids or sticks or monopods or anything like that in, which they can't do because it prevents a lot of people from going in there, then it's a breach of the Equalities Act as far as I'm concerned. But it's going to be very difficult getting them to admit it.
I don't know who am I going to contact about that. At a certain point, they said they want to search me, but they wouldn't show their SIA badges. They didn't have them at all, and there was that thing about not wearing the SIA badge being in trouble, something with the police and stuff, and nothing happened. I tried contacting also about that thing, and I also have an SIA license, and we have this searching procedure. You can't just suddenly search someone. You need to do like there are 3 types of searching. So it's every 2 people, every 3 people, or every person. You can't just choose who you're going to search for anything.
Well, if you've got an SIA license, obviously there is a complaints procedure that they have on their website. Too. Now, I would suggest if you didn't already, I would suggest referring to the Equalities Act with regards to that and saying that which one was it? It was section. Hold on a second, I've got it here somewhere. Bear with me, and I'll tell you what section of the Equalities Act it is. I think if I can find one of my cards. I don't know where my cards are. Anyway, there is a section under the Equalities Act that says that they're not allowed to treat person A any different than they would treat person B just because of a disability, for example. And you were classed as needing, if your back goes, if you need it to walk. Okay, if you it's like me. Since the strokes, I walk up the shop now. I literally have to stop. I genuinely need something to help me walk to the shop. I don't. I just have to stop 4 or 5 times to get there. But if you need something to help you to maneuver, then they shouldn't be, providing you've told them that that's what it's for. And there's no reason for them to believe otherwise. I mean, if you were swinging it around in the car park first and then went to walk in, then they've got reason to believe that it's not used for a walking aid.
Yeah.
Therefore, they could refuse you entry.
I also walked in like 8 times before, and my work coach told me that I can come whenever I need the computer, or I can come whenever I don't understand something, and it was pretty great. I didn't have any problem with anything. And one day when they said this, I said, but I don't understand why. I can't just attend my appointment. And they said, no, you won't. You're not coming in. You're not coming in. And my work coach came down, and he said, Adrian, you have to play the game. You have to play the game. And I don't understand this thing with the game.
Yeah, the game is do as you're told. That's what their game is. Okay. As I said, if they thought that you was there for any other reason, with that stick, they might even have thought you was there as to audit the place, which could be why they've refused you to go in. But I would suggest that, especially if your doctor knows that that you have problems walking now and again, I would get in touch with them, and I would say that under the Equalities Act, it's easy enough to find it. In fact, I'll tell you what, I'll look it up now so I can tell you. Just bear with me. Equalities Act, and it would be where is it? Right, Section 13 of the Equalities Act. A person discriminates against another if, because of protected characteristic, A treats B less favourably than A treats or would treat others. So if you've been treated differently, i.e. you're not allowed in because you're using something to help you walk, then that would, as far as I'm concerned, be classed under Section 13 of the Equalities Act. I think you also have, yes, Section 15. A person discriminates against a disabled person if they treat the disabled person unfavourably because of something arising in consequence of the disability. So therefore, using the stick to help you walk as a walking aid would be and they fail to allow you access, would or could be seen as a breach of the Equalities Act under Section 15 as well.
Thank you, then. Thank you for this. Okay,
and just to add something to it, Section 20 of the same Act, okay, is people have a duty to make adjustments. So the Equalities Act imposes a duty to make reasonable adjustments on a person. For the first is a requirement where provision criteria or practice of A puts a disabled person at a substantial disadvantage. So have a look through the Equalities Act. Section 20 is Section 20.
Try to contact like Citizens Advice Bureau or something.
Right. Well, Section 20 is quite Section 20 is quite long, so I'm not going to go through it on here.
No worries.
But Section 13, Section 15 possibly, and Section 20 are ones that I would I would have a look at yourself and see if they fall into your situation.
Yeah.
And I would use those when writing to them and explain that it's discrimination, and you're within your right to hold them accountable, to sue them if need be, if they fail to make appropriate adjustments to allow you to enter with your walking aid.
Yeah. I'm gonna check on this thing and see. Thank you for the guidance. Thank you.
No problem at all.
What do I want to say? I'm going to a lot of job interviews. I mean, whenever they call me, and there are a lot of job fairs. There's so many job fairs. There are around 2 every month.
Yeah.
And you go there, and they're like huge amount of people. Like they're going like for a football match or something, but everyone's just there for jobs and stuff. And it seems like it's like crazy. Have you heard of the training insurance? Training insurance.
I don't think so, but I think it depends on what we're talking about here.
So, for example, let's say you have a coffee shop, and the first month or first 3 months or something like that. Well, the first 3 months they can fire you without a reason.
Oh, you have a probation period, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, they have a period of training.
Yeah.
So when you have a person in the shop that is in the period of training, whatever breaks, it's covered in the insurance and it's paid by the government.
Okay.
If the coffee machine breaks, it's covered because it's done under training and it's for like, I don't know, with purposes and stuff.
Okay.
If orders are taken wrong, instead of going to waste there, and they don't have to investigate anything, they just need to have someone for training.
Yeah.
And at my Costa place, they keep hiring new people again and again and again, and it's going crazy. And I believe that they're doing this in a lot of sections, including Mark and Spencer and other things. Like, I don't know exactly. And right now, the thing is, I'm looking for a job part time, because if I get a job full time, I'm losing the universal credit, and I need to have a job part time for 3 months.
Yeah.
And then I can make it full time in order not to lose my universal credit. Because if I lose the universal credit, then my portfolio is gonna go to is he gonna be allowed or not? And most of the time they don't allow it, and it goes like, I feel like I'm spinning, and it's like,
it's not easy. Navigating all of this stuff is certainly not easy. And I think it's designed to be difficult. Things could be so much easier. I mean, we've probably all sat here and thought to ourselves, what, that policy that the government have come out with, why don't they just do X, Y, Z and call it a day? That would be much easier. But they go around the houses, they make it as difficult as possible for people. Again, like I said, 5 minutes ago or so, I think it's done to make people give up, to make people feel like they've been beaten into submission and to not try anymore. And it's horrible. It's sickening. People need to have something to aim, a goal to aim for. And like yourself, wanting to get back into work, but yet they actually make things really difficult for you to get back into work these days. And
have you seen Simpsons and stuff?
The Simpsons?
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen The Simpsons.
At a certain point, the boss of Simpson is going to the doctor.
Right.
And he has so many diseases. They said you have all the diseases on the planet, and we actually discovered some new diseases in you.
Right.
And the doctor called it the Three Stooge effect. It's like because you have them all, you can't die suddenly, but it's something like that. It's not, so something like Three Stooge effect is happening with everything that's going on with the media, with the parliament, with the laws, with the canceling, with everything. It's like, and then they put the aliens and other rubbish stuff. Like it's going like it sounds like that, like the Three Stooge effect is going on right now. Have you heard about so they're trying this at a certain point? They would say a lot of people were saying that they're not actually going to bring the Charles notes or the Charles coins. But recently, like someone that worked at what's called it has he has a channel about looking for commemorative coins.
Okay.
So he gets from the bank like 50p or £2, and he looks for commemorative. And the guy works for the what's it called, the thing with the prints the money.
The Royal Mint.
So he worked for that thing, yeah. And they said that there are talks about bringing Harry Potter model for collection purposes.
Right.
And because now they have like the Paddington, they have the Peter Rabbit, and imagine it would be like super crazy, like having Charles and Harry Potter.
I don't know. I don't even know what's going on because they want to get rid of cash, okay, and then they're talking about printing new money, which is going to take years.
Coins. They can bring a few coins.
They can.
It's just they're not going to do it.
It just seems like a waste. It just seems like a waste, another waste of money. And what do they? How do they pay for it? They print more money, and this is why. See, the cost of things hasn't gone up; the value of money has gone down. That's what's happened. So people talk about the costs rising.
The value of money got down because they stopped agricultures from farmers from farming. In a lot of countries, they stopped imports in a lot of countries.
Yeah.
In America, a lot of places that had like food, they had food deposits and stuff. They were like, they exploded, and two of them, they had two airplanes that hit them. It's like, so the power of the inflation is mainly caused not by the money going, being worth less. It's more about the food being less, especially with everything that the media is pushing. They try to push that thing in Christmas time with go and start putting food away, canned food, food, that food. So imagine like, and you go to Tesco and other places and they still have the traffic light signal system, and they won't take it out. And
well, think of it this way. I mean, I know what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. That is part of the reason why there is a difference, between what we can buy with what we used to be able to buy with the same amount of money. So that is part of it. But if you look before the last 5 years, let's say, okay, before the last 5 years, up until 20 years ago, you used to be able to buy 3 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of milk with £1. Do you know what I mean? Right. Yeah. And between then, 20, 30 years ago and 5 or 10 years ago, we weren't getting less milk, we weren't getting less flour or anything like that. We were still getting, same amount, if not more in many cases. But yet we were still able to afford less with the same amount of money. And then we have this issue where farming is being attacked and imports are being attacked, which obviously adds on top of that, which has made things even worse now. But the value of money has gone down. Years ago, this is why I don't use gold coins anymore, because years ago people used to nick a little bit of the gold off of the coin and keep it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then they'd say wait until they've got a gold coin, and they've got a gold coin for nothing. So that was obviously when we had a genuine money with a value, and people would what was I going to say? It had a value that could.
Yeah, it had a value above what the material.
And it couldn't really be. It couldn't really be manipulated. The price of it couldn't be manipulated by people. It had to be manipulated by the actual market. Whereas now, money and finances and everything else is manipulated by people to fit whatever agenda and whatever their goal is. And part of that is to make it more difficult for us to live, so that we have to be reliant on the government, in my opinion.
Well, the thing is that I'm like, for example, Barclays Bank.
Yeah.
80%, 85% of the branches have closed, including outside of London. And it's super crazy because they're saying like, oh, a lot of people are using phones, a lot of people are using phones and stuff. You remember that thing with HMRC when they tried to put new rules and stuff? I believe it's something with it's like a Chinese bank, no? HMRC.
No, HSBC, you mean?
HSBC, that one.
Yeah.
So they put on this rules with I don't know exactly what they wanted, with pronouns or something. I don't know. And a lot of people said no, we're moving our cash and stuff. But if there won't be any more, so it seems like the HSBC, this one is the most popular bank. Like they haven't closed. I don't know how many branches they closed, but it seems to be like outside of London, I saw a lot of them, and in London, I saw a lot of them, and I don't see them closing. And I don't know exactly how. Maybe they're gonna beat with the digital currency and stuff. And if it's gonna be so, well, after they close a lot of banks, they can do that thing with saying that their system has been hacked, and especially if they're with China and stuff, they're gonna blame it on China and stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know what's gonna happen, but that thing with the 15-minute city scares me, and a lot of people are talking about it. And,
they are
being kind of taken as a joke by a lot of people, and
well,
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, Adrian. I mean, to be honest, it's something that I want to bring up at some point. The 15-minute neighbourhood stuff. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to wrap this call up because I need to go make myself a brew and then get onto the panel for a couple of hours. It's 10:15. But listen, listen. You're always, mate. You're always welcome. You're always welcome to phone in. You always talk about something interesting. So by all means,
Yeah. Dan, can you please apply for a job? At what's it called? Oh my God! At co-op.
At the co-op.
Yeah, can you try to apply for a job? See exactly. I applied 3 times. I don't know exactly if I'm going crazy or something. One time I actually applied with my work coach, and we still got a low score.
Okay, well, maybe that's something I could ask the community to do. I'm sure there's people out there.
Who just like out of boredom or something, and the same for Tesco, and you're gonna. It just says you got a low score. Crazy.
Yeah.
Take care, Dan. Have a good day.
And you take it easy. Take it easy.
Bye bye.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm afraid that is it for the calls this evening. Had some very interesting calls, and obviously Double D, who came to join us this evening. Much missed, Double D. Nice, really nice to have you back here, even if it's not full time. But you are, as I say, you're always welcome to drop in anytime you want to. Hello, Mark Kelly. How you doing? Who else did I see there? I'm sure I saw somebody else's name there. But Mia Pullen, how are you? I'm doing all right, thank you. Hope you are. Saul Goodman, nice to see you. Tina Chave, apologies, I did see your comment in the comments earlier, but it is nice to see you too. I am going to put you all on be right back mode, literally for 90 seconds before I come back with a coffee, because I've run out of brandy because I only had enough for 2. And when I come back, we shall be opening the panel. So don't go anywhere. I will be right back. And we're back. So I'm about to put the link into the comments. Where have you all gone? You're all hiding. Fuck off. So I'm about to put the link into the comments. As always, before I do, if you can't show your face in the back, or if you can't contact me on another means that we've contacted each other before to prove you are who you say you are, then I can't let you on. Okay. Again, I have to make sure that I'm not bringing somebody on who is going to try and gore bomb or porn bomb. So unless I can see your face in the back of StreamYard, and I'll ask you to do something, touch your ear or put your hand in the air or something like that, then I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to let you on for that reason, for the safety of the channel. So there we go. Pin message. There's your StreamYard link. If you want to come and have a chat, then let's have a chat. God bless the UK. Can you put your right finger up your left nostril? No, not up your ass.
All right, come on.
Hello, mate. Hello, mate. How
Hey,
you
mate.
doing?
Oh, God, I've got good internet.
Right, so we've got Glyn in the back. Glyn, do us a favour, just touch your glasses.
No, all you got to do is tell him to put a wine glass to his mouth, and you'll know it's Glyn.
Oh, yeah, but then somebody could just record that, and we'd never know if it's really him or not.
How would you say different?
Mr. Whittington, give us a wave with your right hand, my friend.
Right hand. Right, try my camera's opposite way around.
No, not you, Glyn. You're already on. Mr. Whittington. Let's get people.
It's not my StreamYard, so I can't use it in the back chat. So I'm just like,
hang on, we got all sorts of things going on.
Tina, can you just touch your nose for me, Tina, please?
Sorry, guys, I had the two streams on the volume then.
Hi, Tina.
Yeah.
DJ Sonic, can you take a mouthful of iron brew?
What's the camera doing?
If that's Iron Brew, hold it up.
Guys, yeah.
Hold
Not
the
doing it
camera.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, a minute.
There we go.
Remember,
There we
kids,
go.
no swearing on the channel. Oh, fuck.
Hey guys, you know I'm a scientist. I know all about the
Am I on the
Let me on. We're going to have a panel discussion. We're going to have a debate, man.
Oh, that's the non-smokers. The door is that way, but non-smokers.
Look at me, he's got a following, isn't he? Old Crinkle's got a following now.
Anyway, on that note, let's just
Crinkle might be on Spitting Image next.
Yeah.
That's not nice. You're taking the piss out of me, Dan. It's not nice.
Who said that? That was really good.
It was Crinkle. It's under my desk.
It sounds like Frank Spencer, Betty.
That Frank Spencer.
It's Crinkle Spencer. Betty. It's not nice. It's picking on me.
Right, right. Let's have a bit of adultness, shall we?
Yeah, let's.
You're joking. Good luck with that.
Let me just get rid of Glyn, Roger, DJ Sonic, and God Bless, and myself, and then we'll have some adultness on the channel.
And fuck off then.
Oh dear. We've got Mick Hucknall in the background as well. Mick Hucknall's in the background. Is he like attached to you by the hip now, Glyn?
Yeah, it's like honestly, it's like having a chihuahua nibbling around your ankles.
Adopted.
Wherever you go, it's nibbling your ankles.
Right, Sparky?
That's my fucking answer to you.
Yeah, fuck you and I'll get off my channel.
Yeah, fuck you too.
If you got a bit of strawberry KY gel, you might do the four fingers instead.
I
was going to say good evening, Bob Brush.
Yeah, stop bombing my channel every night when I go live.
What?
Give your fucking haircut, scruffy cunt. Find out what a spark.
Haircut? This I got fucking hair, man. You're losing.
Hey, listen, Glyn, don't be horrible. He's a Sparky. He's not a very good one, but he does his best.
Actually, I'm being nasty to Nathan. I should be nasty to Nathan because he basically is.
Glenn,
he's my channel.
You'd be horrible to me even if you fucking tried, mate.
Angry.
He's my
I was going to say he doesn't use the hair tongs. He just pulls the wires out and grabs hold of them.
What was that?
Styling by 240 volt.
What was that, Roger? I missed that.
I was just hairstyling by 240
Hang
volt.
on, I'm having volume problems. Hang on.
I hope everybody's okay. Everyone doing okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy to those of you who have. I think it's only you, Tina, I've not spoken to since Christmas, isn't it?
No, we spoke on the last one you did.
Oh, did we? Oh, my apologies. So it shows how
the impromptu one that went on to God knows what.
I was so pissed he was.
The bottle and a half brandy stream.
Yeah,
right,
I just got in. I went out with the girls, scaring the locals in the pub.
That's
nothing, T. You should have seen the state of him on Glenn's live the other night.
Yeah,
we went out in our biker gear, all done up, and I had a very low-cut top on with straps and things on the back. I had leather trousers on, new rock boots. We all walked into the pub dressed up as our biker gear, and everybody sort of stopped doing anything. It was like, "Hi, we've got a table reserved."
Are we talking about?
We just kept doing this all night.
Are we talking bicycles or are we talking motorbikes?
Motorbikes, Nathan. You couldn't see me on a bicycle if you paid.
All fucking mobility scooters, man. The fucking hell's grannies.
Motorbike. It's got a spark.
On a bike. I like a saddle.
Oh my god, fucking spark plug. Come on, you guys. Think of something else, for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
Jesus. Oh, I keep hearing this fucking hello, dickheads.
Hello,
I don't do push bikes, no. I need power between my legs, sorry.
It's nice to feel the throbbing.
Oh, yeah.
Big single shilling.
We've got Janine Armitage in the back here as well. We're going to bring on Janine. Just for yes. Okay, I was going to say, give us a wave. Give us another wave, just so I can prove it's you. No, that's a finger, not a wave. Right, there we go.
Maybe she's
Right,
waving.
I'm bringing you on. I'm bringing you on now.
It's okay if she does this. This is polite enough.
Hello there.
Hi, Janine.
Hello,
Hi,
Cross.
Tina. Hi, DJ. Hi, Rog.
Hiya.
Oh, sorry. Wrong. No, it was the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Listen,
either you change it or I fucking will.
Here we go.
I genuinely.
Listen,
that was a.
Do you know
that was
what?
a genuine mistake.
Can
have at least given us some fucking warning.
Swiftly moving on.
Now.
Could have given us about a warning, man. I nearly shut myself.
Hey, Nathan.
Yeah.
What socket did you kill when you stuck your finger in it?
What's that?
What socket did you kill when you stuck your finger in it?
What do you mean by what socket? I lack brain cells. You're gonna have to enlighten me. Will you fuck off? We're putting this thing to me.
No, what I'm saying is, like, what socket did you stick your finger in to get that electric shock of hair?
I don't know. Do you know what? I think I may have
He
stuck my
got
finger
one of
a
them
bit
new
too far into the plug
man
socket.
air dryers for Christmas, plugged it in, switched it on.
Man, I don't know what you're talking about, mate. You're losing all your fucking hair. Look at it, it's all going out. You keep saying you need a bloody haircut, mate. You fucking don't. If anything, you need even more hair,
have you got a link with Nathan's GoFundMe for a set of straighteners page?
I tell you what, God bless the UK. How much hair have you got? The last time I looked, you were losing your fucking hair as well, mate. You're what?
Mate, I've got all my hair. Look, fuck.
Go on then, show me then.
Very
I'll
nice.
let you off, dickhead. I'll let you off.
I've just had a haircut as well.
What with?
All right. Come on, kids. Let's
Anyway,
calm
moving
down.
on. Let's just get back to
Yes.
Anyway,
Yes, Tina.
Yes, children.
One of your callers asked about jobs.
Yes, they did.
Right, so do not go to the job centre. It says job centre, but they have no fucking jobs. All they want to do is wind you up and keep you there for hours. So what you do is you go online, you sign on to agencies. Agency work now has a minimum contract with sick pay and all the rest of the duties you get as a full employee. So if you sign up with an agency, it's a minimum of 6 months' work. Get yourself on Indeed and all those online, sign up for jobs, and you'll get constant contracts going through. If you go for an agency, you get paid more per hour.
Right. Ben, do us a favour. Just give us a middle finger or something.
Says that to all the boys, don't worry about it.
Just give us a birdie, give us a middle finger so I know that you're actually somebody waiting to come on.
Like if you get agency work, say for a supermarket, they're on 9 to 40 average staff. If you go for an agency, it's £13 an hour. So it's a lot. It's a good work.
How you doing, Ben? You all right, mate?
Hello.
Yeah.
It's the young Baldy.
Oh, listen to him. There's more of us than there is of you. I mean, non-gingers.
Listen, I'd rather be fucking
got a light bulb above my head as well.
Yeah, quite bright there.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, there's nothing wrong with gingers.
No, there's nothing wrong with gingers.
Yeah, you know what? He keeps dissing my
Celtic
fucking
genes.
ginger hair. Apparently, it's actually blonde, but I mean, apparently it's ginger. So I'll just go and say I'd rather be fucking
That's
ginger
strawberry
than
blonde.
fucking have no hair.
Strawberry blonde, I've heard that one. Yes, my son says
Yeah,
it's
I'm strawberry blonde. Thank you, Tina.
If that's
So
fucking blonde, this is bright white.
For anyone calling me ginger,
How
you just
can a
got
strawberry
fucking
be blonde when it's red?
I'm so blonde you can't see it.
Hey, mate, there's no mistaking my colour.
Very light.
Dan, the reason why you can't see is because you've got no hair, mate.
Okay. Can I just ask? Let me ask you guys something because I can't remember off the top of my head. Now, have I said the CM training is crinkle in the past?
No.
Yes.
Wait, I can't even remember, to be honest with you. Why? What has crinkle popped up in the back? Tell the fuck
I know I've said it before. Hang on a second. Is that? I can't remember. Hang on a sec.
How can they?
Okay, I'm going to bring somebody up, but I'll be quick on the.
What the
on the button in case. I can't remember, and I don't want to not let somebody on because I can't remember. So I need to be careful. But I'm going to put somebody.
Wait, Dan, wait, Glenn. Do you wait?
Like,
what the fuck?
Hello.
Hey guys, Happy New Year, everybody.
Oh, Colin, how you doing? My apologies.
No worries.
Well, that's the first time I've seen an echo in the picture.
Happy New Year, Colin.
What was wrong?
Happy New Year to you, Colin.
Yeah, antique pub in the background.
Can I say something to Janine, Dan, if you don't mind?
I do mind. But I'm not going to stop you because you'll beat me up. So.
Yeah, Colin from Yorkshire. I'm sure he's dropped in on my channel a couple of times.
What was that? Two people or a parallel thing, like a mirror?
Parallel thing is good.
Mirrored effect, is it? One for one person.
What was your question, sorry?
Janine? I want to tell the panel and all the members of PAC, I've been working with Janine for a long time now. She has taken my advice to a high level. She's taken on the council. She's going against the police. She's taken on the newspapers to get her stories out. And she is fighting the fight, not only for herself, but for the residents in her area. And one thing I want to say, Janine, is I'm fucking proud of you, girl. You're taking on a lot.
To be honest, I've seen some of your posts in the Southend Facebook groups. So I have seen some of your posts. It's just that I've been banned from Facebook, so I can't respond to anything.
Dan,
I got banned because I called somebody a cake muncher.
Bad man.
Dan, how long have you banned on Facebook for?
And there's a picture of them munching cakes.
Yeah,
that's right.
That blonde woman.
Absolutely, yeah. That's it. I called him a cake muncher and I got banned for it.
There's a picture of them eating snowflakes out there these days, isn't there?
Well, you see what it was is I went onto the Metropolitan Police's page, and they said something or other, and I responded to it. So this woman turned around and she was like, "Oh, my predisposition to hate the police." And I said, as opposed to your predisposition to accept everything that they say and forgive them for murder, rape, and everything else. And then I wrote a list of rest in peace, a load of people that had been killed by the Metropolitan Police over the past few years. And she laughed at the comment. So I took a screenshot of it and I called her a cake muncher and said, "This is the kind of looking scum we've got to put up with," and I got banned for it.
Can I just jump in and mention a name?
Just 6 days, Janine. Yeah, go on, Ben.
Look up Mayrig. I'm not sure of his surname, but he was basically murdered in Haverfordwest Police Station.
When this?
Sorry?
When was this?
This is probably going back to sort of 2018. Yeah, in the last 10 years, yeah. They said that he was a big man and they was all frightened for their lives when he's basically inside of a police cell in a police station with umpteen coppers. None of them were really afraid. They said that he rushed one of them and basically they all jumped on him and sprayed CS spray into his mouth and died there. You can imagine CS spray, put into your mouth.
Yeah, the amount of times that people, have sadly passed because of the gas or the taser, rather, just goes to show how much they get used. Yeah, how trigger happy they are. I mean, nobody should die,
isn't they? Because I mean, like you go back a few years, it was very rarely you saw a plod walking around with a taser. Now you look at most of them. They're all walking around. They're all
because of the knife crime and everything, Glenn. And
they're all carrying tasers.
Not many coppers walk around with a gun, though. Thank God.
Well, I get what you're saying. They are walking around with weapons now because are, the streets are more dangerous, right? I can't deny that. The problem that we've got is that they have their training, which is like 6 hours worth of training, and then maybe an hour's worth of refresher every year, or whatever it might be. It's not enough. Yeah. They're giving tasers and weapons to people who are mentally unstable, and we know they're mentally unstable because every time they get caught, their defence is, I feel depressed or I've got mental health problems. Right? Or PTSD, right? So we know for a fact that people are walking around with weapons who have PTSD, who have mental health issues, and that is more dangerous to the public than the other members of the public.
But how many police services do you know, Dan, that actually do a psychological investigation into an officer before they become one?
To be honest, I think they have. I'm sure they have some basic that they're supposed to do.
Yeah, there's not. There's no real psychological training. Psychological training can take up to 6 months because it varies through whatever duties they have. So if they're put as a trainee into a pub fight, they come back and they go through training to see how they cope with that. It's an emotional thing. The psychology runs over months, not days, not hours. It's months. And they were supposed to go through that before they became a certified police officer. It's part of their training. It's not done anymore, mate.
Well, as they're talking about going through police's records and reviewing every single person that's in the police force. I don't think that's enough. I think every single cop needs to have. I would happily pay if they said to me, "Look, we're putting up council tax because we need to hold a mental health or psychological assessment every year for every single copper." Now, I worked this out a few weeks ago, and it can be done when you work out how many police are in certain police stations. Okay, you could have one mental health professional going between 2 police stations in the Met, for example, within a year, and covering everybody that works there and giving them a psychological examination or assessment. So there is way that they can do it. It's just that they won't. And why won't they? Because they know that they will be shown up to be full of people that have got mental health issues and should not be, within a uniform. And that is going to look bad on them. So they refuse to do it, in my opinion.
20 years ago, it was done by an outside psychologist. It was never done by the police. They were not allowed to do it themselves. Now it's training, they stick in front of them with a book. So 20 years ago, it was an external psychologist that went in. They didn't work for the police, and they gave a true record of some officers that should be no longer working. But it was ignored. If they're going to investigate all the police, does that mean chief inspectors and the work dog?
Well, they should all. Again, I've said this, and unfortunately, it's the people that are at the top seem to skirt all of these kind of assessments. It's almost like, well, you've made it this far, you must be good. We don't need to test you for this, that, and the other. Look, don't get me wrong, they do have training still, and I know they still go on some training, but I just don't think it is. I think it's a case of, because they're senior police, they go and sit in a room with other senior police, they have a few cups of coffee, have a bit of a chat, and then they just blah blah blah. Yeah, you're all right. Whereas everybody else would be, strictly controlled environment for their tests, so to speak, and they should be done exactly the same with the psychological examinations. And as you say, it should be an outside organisation.
It always was. All the assessments were always done outside. Their physical training was done outside. The psychological assessments were done outside, and their testing was done outside. They put it down. It was done by an external board. No, it's not. It's inside. So how can you trust it? They don't even have half of their staff on the ground floor. Don't even have a DBS clearance, disclosure and barring scheme.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy to bring in outside people for their diversity training, and things like that, which is ridiculous. When, of course, as you say, they should be bringing in outside agents or sending the police to an outside organisation to complete, whether it's their fitness tests or whether it's a medical test or a psychological test. All of those things, they should be taken out and dealt with, away from the police station, totally impartial. But again, as we say, it's not going to happen because it will show them up to have more loose cannons than they want to admit to.
The best one that Scotland came out with last year was a period diversity officer who was male, and his job was to go and talk to females about how they were feeling while they were on the periods.
Yeah, he didn't last long though, did he?
Jesus Christ. About 6-7 months.
On 30k a year, within 6 months he was booted out. He went for an unfair dismissal tribunal, and he's back in the job, and nobody talked to him.
Well, it's not exactly surprising. It's the fucking SNP, isn't it? Nazi cunts.
Got a question. Got a question. Sorry, sir. I've just seen your question. I'm sure we asked this a few weeks ago. Your landlord pays the electricity bill and has his own meters in his flats, and we buy electricity from him, but I can't get the £66 a month support as I'm not the bill payer, and I don't know if he gets the payment.
Disgusting.
He's just got to contact his provider.
It should go to whoever pays the bill. The money should go to whoever pays the bill. If you've got meters in your property, but they're in his, but the bills are in your landlord's name, then the bills will go to your landlord. There is, if he's not giving you the £66 a month worth of gas or electricity, then that's basically theft, as far as I'm concerned. He's being given the money.
By the government. So if you get tokens, if you have a token meter, he's got to give you the £66 worth of tokens that the government give for you, the individual. It's got to go through the bill payer. They have to make sure you're giving it.
Well, that's the problem I've been with my static caravan. Obviously, the electric comes into the caravan site, is then distributed to our caravans.
Yeah.
It comes through an outside meter, and it goes into my caravan. So whatever electricity I use, I get charged for 3 times a year by the park owners. But all these energy rebates, we've heard nothing from them about saying, yeah, we get this money back. Whether they're classed as, which they probably are classed as a commercial property.
They are, but they've still got to make sure that that money goes directly to the individual it was sent for.
No, never had nothing.
No. Here's the thing. Right, I'm a Sparky as well. I'm an engineer, as you well know, and I've got a friend of mine who's got these really idyllic bit of land. He's got about 15 flats that go long-term lets. Now I can put meters in all their houses, right? As long as I don't tamper with the main electricity, the meter coming in, so I can spur off like an extension cable of Sparky meters, electrical meters. And so, that is totally legal. Well, it's legal to do, but the ethics of what that guy's doing, not passing the cost back onto the savings back onto those people's, is really wrong. You want to get in touch with your citizens' advice.
Yeah, well, Surf Royer has also said that his landlord makes a profit because he pays his landlord for the electricity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which for me would make him a provider. It would make him the electricity provider because remember, Eon and Scottish Power. They're not the ones whose gas don't belong to them. They just provide the system for the gas to get to your house and charge you for it. Right. Yeah. So if your landlord is charging you for gas and electricity, he's charging to provide you with gas and electricity. That would put, in my books, him in a category as a provider, which I'm sure there are an awful lot of hoops that you need to jump through in order to be classed as a provider. I think you'd need to speak to a Citizens Advice Bureau. It's beyond my scope, way beyond my scope. I think you'd need to speak to somebody.
You can also contact the benefit system who makes sure that these vouchers go out. Although it's sent by government and by your own energy company, in this particular situation, they can investigate the landlord on why that client's not getting that money. Yes, it's paid to the provider. That landlord is a provider. Right down. You still have to make sure that person is getting the individual amount set aside for government. They have to, if it's in tokens, some energy companies, they've got clients on direct debit. They have to make sure that it's seen that they put that £66 in credit on that meter. Most of it's done by smart meter. So it's the same for this person's landlord. He has to give him, if he's using tokens of any kind, the £66 worth of tokens.
See, mine's not a smart meter. Mine's a meter, a digital meter outside the caravan, like we've all got.
Yeah, it's been spurred off the main meter though, and so it's like there's so many HMOs now. Look at how many HMOs where they convert like a big house into like several bedrooms, and these landlords, I've been doing some work for people, and they're scamming them, and they're using meters on a much higher rate.
Yeah, that's been investigated before, hasn't it? Because I've had to do that. Working at the council, we had to investigate skanky landlords, almost putting a double charge on the electric and the gas. But yeah, you would be entitled to that. The £66 is per person.
Well, the other thing as well, the other thing as well that's just popped into my mind is that if he's charging you for something that he's been given for free. Now that if he's not giving it to you, then that potentially theft and potentially fraud. But I would say it's definitely fraud if he's charging you for money that he has been given to give you.
If he's been given,
it belongs to the company, not the landlord.
Yeah, he's a third party. So, like, it's like this, Dan. Right?
In order to get
you get your telephone line for your internet, and it's ASDL, okay? And then you've got BT own all the telephone lines, right? But if it's Sky or some other PlusNet is saying we can do you a better deal, we can do you a better speed, they can't. It's the same
That's
line.
a scam.
Yeah,
that's a scam as well, because they're having that connection from outside, but then once it gets to your building's probably still wired up with copper wires, so that they can't offer that speed anyway.
No, that's what I'm just saying. But BT own those lines, unless it's a fibre optic, which will be Virgin. But BT do fibre optic as well now, or a 4G system. A 4G. What they do is they use a router that uses the 4G signal you get on your mobile phone. And if you live out of sticks, it's pretty good.
That's what I use. I use a 4G router.
There we go.
I don't run off a cable coming in. Plug and play, basically.
Surf, you could also try contacting Ofgem and make them aware that the landlord is the one supplying you. You're paying him, so he's the one supplying you the gas. That might make them say, "Well, hang on a minute, he can't do that," and then they might look into it.
Yeah, they will do.
Registered the meter in your own name, and it shouldn't be anything to do with the landlord.
Yes.
The landlord is profiteering and making fringe profits off of you. He's actually committing fraud. That piece of equipment that's inside the house belongs to the company, not the landlord.
Yeah, but hang on, Ben. When you're in a rented property, you need permission from the landlord. And that's where it might go wrong.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You don't necessarily need.
As they own that piece of equipment, it's kind of like they can come in.
If it's rented equipment, that property becomes yours. Put money in. It's out.
It's like when you want to make readings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Can you say that again? I missed it.
If it's a rented property like council, housing association, a HIMO, housing multiple occupancy, you've got that room with a meter in your room. You're responsible for putting fuel money into that meter, right? The landlord's got the spur, the rest is pointed off. All the different meters go into each room. It's not done downstairs in bulk anymore. They're individual. So that means you're responsible for topping up the meter. Okay, so that means the government money is for you. So your landlord must make sure you get that money.
Right. Try having a look. I know it might not be so much help, Surf, and I apologise for not being able to help anymore because, as I say, it's way beyond my remit. This, but if Ofgem are failing to help, They could obviously, as I say, as somebody else has said, try Citizen Advice Bureau. Although I'm not too keen on the CAB, but still, it is a route that you can try. Failing that, if you go to the government's page regarding the payment, I'm sure there is an email or a method of contact on there, and you can contact them directly and say, listen, I'm not receiving this money because X, Y, Z, and then maybe they'll be able to deal with it. But unfortunately, that's the best I can come up with, I'm afraid.
It's the warm heating grant allowance, which is £400. It's split into 6 of 67. They'll send you, I think, 3 letters a month.
Yeah, that's going up this year. It's going up to £900 this year, stretching into
April. That's the cost of living payment is going up to £900 in April.
The electric one is £66 a month until March.
Yeah.
Can I just comment on Surf? You just said there, you left my
That's a
disabled
total of 400
with no electricity, right? No emergency. Now listen, there's one thing they can't cut you off in England if you've got kids is water. But with electricity, they can cut you off, but only during the summer warm months. They cannot cut you off during the winter period. So if he's been cut off during the winter period recently, there's a case there that's illegal.
Right, you're quite correct.
The electricity debt to £15 and into the emergency as well.
You become a priority customer of any landlord and any council or housing association. If they try to cut you off of electricity, water or gas, it's illegal. It's discrimination against a disabled person under the Equalities Act 2010. You need to call your council, get somebody in and get it sorted. If they can't get your provider to put it in, they can provide you with electric radiators and they got to cover the costs. That's the law around disabled people. I can't specify it enough. If anyone in your house has a disability, you must register with your housing association, landlord or council as a priority needs customer. They have to service any problems within the day, within 1 day. They can't make you wait, all right? But when it comes to cutting off power, that's disgusting. That is actually illegal to do. They can't do that.
But Tina, does that also apply to people that are disabled during the summertime?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
All year round.
Yes.
Oh.
And this is something. I covered this on the channel before Christmas. I'm just looking for the video now, but I covered this on the channel. It was a video of a woman who had the police turned up at her house. Oh, the police turned up with agents of the gas company to change a meter, and they were threatening to do her with breach of the peace and all this kind of stuff. And I actually broke down the Gas and Electric Act, and there's also some the rights of entry that the government follow, and the gas and electricity companies follow. There's some acts out there that I did go through this in a video that explained it quite clearly. If you, for example, they can't change your meter, okay, the same as they can't cut you off, but they can't change you from a monthly meter to a prepaid if you can't reach it, if you can't get out to top it up. If you are disabled and you can't do any of those things, they're not allowed to change it. Therefore, they're not allowed to turn it off either, because they have to leave you with a way of having gas and electricity if you're disabled, as Tina said.
We all know they can't cut off water. That's standard across the board. They can never cut you off from your water supply. That's a basic right. But with the meters, with this gas emergency that Dan's talked about, yes, they can come into your house, but the thing you have to remember about the warrant they've got, they bring a warrant. Is it 1954 Act, not 1954 Act, Dan, where they used to come in as a gas escape?
It's in the
health and safety, isn't it?
They use it. Yeah, they class it as health and safety, but it's obviously.
So another video I saw, it was classic. The people have come to the door, 4 police officers. There's a man there with meters. Now, everybody should know it is not mandatory to have smart meters. So that's the first thing you need to remember. They are pushing this Gas Act as a bullshit excuse to get into your house to put in smart meters. not just prepayment, smart meters on people. It's illegal. It's not mandatory. So this person stopped them at the door. The police officer was there, and he showed him the government statement stating that smart meters cannot be placed into a property where the customer says no. So the police officer told the meter man to get in his vehicle and wait, right? Then the bloke said to the gas guy, so you're telling me there's a gas leak in my house. You can come and check for a gas leak, but you are not touching my meter ever.
Yeah.
The gas man walked away. And the police stood there going, what was that? So they just walked away.
It's not just that, but obviously because they deliberately fucking smell the plenty gas. If there was a gas leak, you'd be able to fucking smell it.
Every one of us has got systems in to check. I've got carbon monoxide detectors, everything. And I've got a gas detector. So everything's in the building that you need. Everyone has our properties assessed regularly. Most of us get a gas check done on the whole property, especially if you've got a central heating, gas cookers. It's always serviced at least once a year. So that's what you do. If it comes to your door, there's a gas leak, this is what they're using, that doesn't say on that warrant they need to put meters in, does it?
Well, Tina, there's a website called Say No to smart meters, and the reason being is like if you remember a few years back in 2010, they said that everybody in the UK by 2020 will have a smart meter, and the reason why they stopped them in some respects is because there's a lot of lawsuits in America and other countries where people will be getting tumors, cancer, dizziness, because there's some of these smart meters produce 10,000 times more radiation than a mobile phone. Also, you've got the security side of it. They're hackable, and someone can see your daily usage, so they know when you're in the house and out the house. So you do not have to have a smart meter. Do not get one.
And the company can put it up. They can add your charge.
Yeah, they can adjust it. Yeah, it's.
They can also
God bless. If you go back through my channel, God bless, there's actually a video up there of how much radiation they put out with the facts and the graphs.
Yeah.
I think it was 10,000 times more radiation in America. I'm not quite sure what the radiation is in England.
The rest of Europe has all got a low level. Ours is about 10,000 times above everybody else's.
There we go.
So, you all know what a smart meter does when you've got your little screen in front of you. You can see your daily rate, your weekly rate, your monthly rate. So I'll give you an example of how much of a rip-off they are. When I came into this house, there were smart meters put in. So I had this little box. So I thought, I'll check this. Took pictures every day of the monthly amount. I was using 12 to 15 pound a month on my gas, because during most of the year it's off because my house is so hot. So I didn't have the gas on a lot, and I was using about £40 worth of electric. They wanted me to pay £57 on my gas and £87 on my electric. That's 9 years ago, and I told them to go fuck themselves and they can come take the meters out. That's what they did.
That's what I told my previous supplier. I said, look, I've got a meter in, I'll send you the readings and I'll pay for what you use. They went, oh, no, you've got to put a prepayment, a direct debit up. I said, in case you use more. I said, well, if I use more, you chuck it to the next bill. I'll pay you for what I use. It's as simple as that.
I've got prepayment. And I pay less.
But you're being credit
not
with
like
us.
they're going to make up for
I
some.
don't want to be in credit with you. I want to pay. I'm pay as you go.
That's right. That's what I do. It's pay as you go. Luckily, I've got friends that come and do.
It's not the car. I stick diesel in my car. I stick 20 quid a diesel in my car. It give me 100 miles on my tank. So
exactly. Pay for what you use.
And then I think, it's not like the garage says, oh no, you've got to stick 100 quid's worth of diesel in, and if you don't use it within 2 months, we give you a credit. We'll give you a credit note for it.
Yeah, exactly. My company.
I said, the energy companies. I said, no way. I said, I will pay for what I go.
And all the millions. How many people? How much interest they're getting off the millions of people that are in high credit?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You pay them up front, and that money goes into their bank. They're investing it, God knows here, God knows everywhere, and paying shareholders with it.
How many of you check online with your online provider and what they're saying your bill is?
No.
I do. And it's lucky I do, because about 8 months ago, I thought I'll check EDF, see what's going on. According to them, I owed them £308 for gas. So I rang them up. I said, how the hell can I owe you any gas? I have a prepayment meter. If I don't put money in, I can't get fucking gas out. So where's this bill come from? Oh, we're sorry about that. It was a mistake. Gone. I already taken a picture on phone. It's been gone. I've got all the evidence. But it's
Well,
not.
I'm pretty sure that when your gas bill comes, you don't have to have, as far as I'm aware, a direct debit.
No,
There's no law that says you have to pay by direct debit. Okay, you can get your bill and then go and pay with the little gyro slip at the bottom of the bill. Okay, or make a payment directly from your bank. So I would say if I was paying, if they were saying to me, you know, if I was on direct debit, I'd cancel my direct debit, and then when the bill comes through, I would then check my usage against what the bill says, okay, and then pay them for what my usage is. And if they say you haven't paid us enough, you say, well, that's what my fucking use is. It's just what you're getting, and as long as you're paying them for what you've used, there's fuck all they can do about it.
Yeah, that's what I done with my flat. When I lived in my flat, they were saying, "Oh, we need to up your direct debit each month because obviously the winter's coming, so you're going to use more energy." And I was like, "All right." At the time, I agreed with it. And I went, "Well, yeah, I suppose." And then automatically, they changed my monthly payment without me authorising it. And when I rang them up, I said, hang on a minute. You suddenly took this direct debit out of my bank account without me. Oh, well, you agreed. I said, no, I didn't agree. I said, yeah, if you tell me, and I had a right big argument with them. Eventually, I got the money back. And I said, right, I'm cancelling the direct debit. I said, I'll send you once a month. I said, I've got the meters there. I can see them. I've got your...
you're lucky.
You've got your bloody website there where it says I can put my meter readings in, and I'll do it from there. I said, then bill me for what I use, and then I'll make a debit card payment to you. I said, but there's no way you're going to direct debit me anymore.
This is the problem. This is an issue, though.
Direct debits can be changed at any time. So I always demand standing order.
That's what I was just about to say. That's what I was just about to say. The only problem is a lot of places will refuse to take a standing order. That's the only issue. But what I would do is I would then turn around and say, right, I'm cancelling my direct debit, and I would just set up a payment once a month to go to my account, okay, to cover that. And then if they send you a bill and it turns out you've paid more, then as you say, Glyn, you can pay, top up, pay the extra with a direct debit if you need to, with a debit card if you need to. Yeah. But they will refuse you if you phone them up and say, I want to set up a standing order. They'll refuse that and say it's got to be direct debit, but you can still set up a standing order to your account to pay it, to pay whenever you want, to pay a lump sum to it whenever you want.
Can I
it's like writing a check and sending it into them.
It is. But can I also mention the one bill not many people talk about? Who pays their water rates directly?
Me. I do.
What do you mean? We pay for water?
Rates? Yeah. Who pays your water rates?
What bill? The bill for the water? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I've got a £1,400 water bill.
Oh shit. That's not good. Anyway,
basically, I rung them up.
If you know the system, South West Water, who also covers parts of Wales and Scotland, have been done recently over the past 5 years for ripping off their customers. I suddenly started to find myself in lots of credit. I thought, what the hell's going on here? They started paying my bill, and I was like, what? Oh, this is a government initiative. We're helping you out. Yeah, kiss my ass. They got actually told to cut people's bills down. Now, I live in a 2-bed house. My water rates, because I'm disabled as well, are £29 a month. I was paying £45.
Are you on water shore, Tina?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. That's it. Tina, I've got to shoot off in a minute. I'm sorry to hog it for a second, but Tina, how gemmed up are you on electric and contracts and stuff?
Pretty good.
Right, okay, here's the scenario, just quickly, because some other people have heard this, but you haven't. So, when we moved to my old address, we was on a really good deal. with some other company. We was paying, I don't know, 50, 60 quid a month, and normally in credit with a gas and electric. This is going back beginning of 2020. Yeah, 2020. We moved here, and it's a different company, EDF, sorry. Same thing, no. Same thing. Sorry, I always get that mixed up. And when we first moved in, that we contacted our electricity company, and they said, because you're with that company, because the meter is currently owned by EDF, we have to stay with them for 28 days. I thought, fair enough. This is during the summertime. When we're moving in, we go to bed early, get up early, no heating on. They tried to charge us for 1 month, gas and electric, 480 odd quid, whereas before it was on 60. Anyway, so I complained about it, and then it's, oh, sorry, our operator must have took the meter reading wrong. It went down to 250. And then the second month, somehow they forgot to get us off and move us on to the new one. So we had to do that again. Anyway, moving on from that. So with our new company, I put the bill, the direct debit in my wife's name to give her credit history.
Yep.
And anyway, to cut long story short, my missus got herself into debt, wouldn't tell me what a bank account statement is like. And like most of us. And I've been getting emails from British Gas, you know, those scam emails saying, oh, time for your meter reading. I'm thinking, I'm not with you. Anyway, long story short, is for the past 2 years, almost to the day, we haven't been getting any bills. And I got an email from British Gas saying that in the just a week ago, saying that my monthly bill is ready. I owe them nearly £3,000, but I'm not in contract with them, and I've never signed anything. Where do I stand on that then? But we haven't.
Citizens advice.
They're trying to charge you a straw man.
And don't forget, a lot of the time they will mess about with your targets, right? So you move into a new house. How many of you do a meter reading as soon as you get there?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we were with. Yeah, and then we were with. It went on. We were the company that was managing the property from the previous people here who left a £300 bill. Was EDF. Right. Then we signed off with them. Went on to our old company, but then I found out that they went pop. They went after a couple of months after we signed on. After about 4 months.
When you move into a new property, you should take a meter reading of your water.
We did all that.
Your electric, all right? The reason is, if there's a debt from a previous tenant, they will add it to the new tenant without you noticing.
That's what I said to them. I said, oh, just by chance I opened this letter up and the previous tenant owed 300 quid. That's nothing to do with you. Why did you open a letter? Well, I said, well, come addressed it, EDF, so I just opened it. But, yeah, anyway. So we move on from that one. They're done and dusted now, and we moved on to our previous supplier that we had a contract with. Now apparently British Gas
mushroom in the dark and fed on shit.
Don't pay it. You need to get some legal advice. I suggest you go to Citizens Advice or Ofgen. Send the complaint in. Investigated.
So, but we haven't paid electricity for 2 years though, or gas. But we're not giving them meetings to anybody.
God bless. One of the things that I noticed over beginning of the COVID and all that crap is a lot of the companies, a lot of small companies went out of business. Yeah. Okay. Like you're saying, your one went out of business. Now, I believe, I might be wrong, but I believe they all went to British Gas. I don't think they got split between the other big providers. I think they all went. Anybody like me, I was with I can't remember who I was with now, Eco Energy or something. I didn't even know that they'd gone out of business. And then all of a sudden, I needed to try and find out who I was with because my card stopped working. It took me all fucking day to find out I was with British Gas. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm like, yeah, you are. I'm like, no, I'm fucking not. So it transpired that anybody that was with one of these companies that went bust during the COVID period ended up going over to, I believe, all over to British Gas. Now they have got no, as far as I know, they've got no what's the word? They don't have to carry on charging you what your previous supplier was charging you. You've gone over to them and they can put you onto an equivalent tariff because they might not have the same tariff. They put you onto an equivalent tariff, but let's face it, their equivalent tariffs are always higher than anybody else's, and they will just do it with the hope that you don't realise, and then when you do realise, it's too late because you've already given them loads of money, and they make things very difficult to sort it out. But I did notice that many people was stitched up over that.
Yeah, the water shore one that God bless mentioned is very important for those of you that are on disability, elderly, or a vulnerable person under the law with mental health issues, etc. Those that have got conditions where you require for washing.
Of 14 or 18, I think it is.
Yeah, it's basically you can apply to the water company you're with for a reduction in your water rates, and especially if you've got elderly parents that are paying high bills, get them onto water shore, get their income assessed, and they have to drop it to a livable amount. Right.
Will they take £59 a month, and I'm only paying 33 at the moment. But you have to renew it every year.
Well, if you've got a disability, they renew it automatically.
Yeah. Oh, do they?
Will they take back the CCJs they've given me?
No. But you can
Dan, thanks so much for having me on the channel. Good night to everyone else in the channel, Roger. And
God bless.
Everyone else.
God bless. I'm going myself as well, so
see you in the next one.
Happy New Year, everyone. Catch you later. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
If you want to be on top of your bills, you'll be more prominent in what you're doing. Water readings regularly, gas and electric regularly from your meters. Make sure you do it monthly and write it down, because they will.
That's what I've got to sort out here with my mother now. I mean, she's in hospital at the moment. She fell over bloody. She broke a.
She broke her leg. Oh, bless.
Oh, she's doing all right, but she should hopefully be home this week. But
yeah, if you've got someone living in the house with you who is on a pension, you can get a lot of those bills reduced.
Yeah, well, I'll be staying with her for the next, I don't know how many months now.
Yeah, you can still get the bills reduced because of their age and disability.
Yeah, I really don't know.
Get God bless to move in with you. Get God bless to move in with his pension.
It depends on. You have to understand they're out to get us. Okay, we know this with all these hikes in the charges. Your meter charges have gone up. Some people are now paying nearly £1 a day for their meter charges in other areas. Mine's gone up to 57 pence a day, and it was only 22. So they are ripping us off two ways: one for our fuel and one for the meter charge. Okay, that's what we're doing. That's why our bills are so high.
That's not in my caravan pot. They come around read the electric. They send us an electric bill through the post. And you get the electric bill, and then they put admin charge £4 plus VAT.
Yeah.
I'm like, hang on, all you have to do is you just walked around, read the meter on the caravan.
Oh yeah, they do that.
And then it's like £4 plus VAT admin charge.
Well, I had an argument. I'm with Sky Television. I got the package. I've only got the Sky Cinema and a few other different things. It's quite good. It's okay. It's a bit of TV, although it's pretty shit. I only use it for movies, basically, and the rest of it's the internet to go on YouTube and stuff. But I had an argument with Sky. They started to add admin charges. One admin charge for my phone line, one admin charge for the phone socket, then an admin charge for the box, and then the Sky Q. And I went, hang on a fucking minute. You're adding £25 on my bill. So if I move away from you, unless you drop them and you cut it down, you're not going to get my service. They instantly never sent me a bill and never put it up.
Yeah.
You've got to fight for what you need.
Well, I've got rid of it. I've got rid of all that. I've got rid of Sky. I've got rid of.
I love it. Because every year they tell me, do you want to keep what you've got? Well, if the packages are going up, if you keep putting it up, I'm going to cancel it. It's that simple. Oh, no, we don't want you to do that. You're a long-term customer. Well, then you put it right then. And I get 30, 40 quid off every year.
Yeah,
that's the reason why I left Sky, Tina, because they never sent bills. They just kept adding more and more admin charges. So in the end, I said, look, if you're not going to send me the bill, you're not going to tell me how much I owe. So and then you're going to cut me off because you're not telling me how much I owe. You can go forth and multiply yourself.
Yeah,
and since then, since then, I've just stuck with like Freeview. I've got Vodafone fibre broadband. I've got like Netflix, you know, that kind of thing. And I'm saving a packet.
That's the thing I don't like about companies, well, especially like Sky. But I've noticed is like, see, like a lot of the channels that you get you pay for to watch, like the bundles and shit.
Yeah.
Instead of paying for that, you go and you buy a Freeview box, one a fucking payment. What the amount of channels you get on there for nothing, and you get to watch them for fuck all, but that Sky are trying to charge you for it.
You've got a new one.
Better still, just get a smart TV, get some internet only, right, and fucking watch YouTube on your telly.
Yeah,
I do YouTube. Yeah.
It's like with my TV.
I tried to do that, and I get confused with two screens without it on there as well.
Yeah, like my TV went kaboom last year. I went on Argos Direct. I bought a 42-inch LG TV for £279. It's all bloody all singing, all dancing. Does this? Excuse me. Does this? Does that? Amazon
Spike,
TV stick, innit?
Do me a favour, Spike.
I can watch.
Smile for me, so I know you're a real person.
It's a very good idea. Hey, mate.
It's Benidorm.
Spike's here.
It's beneficial to you to get a preview box if you're struggling. Everything's free on there. If you want to use that,
I've got Amazon Fire TV stick. I don't subscribe to Amazon Prime, so that's a load of crap. What comes with Fire TV stick does me. The Freeview channels I don't even watch because they're all repeats. The BBC I don't watch because it's just crap. ITV I don't watch, it's crap. End of the day, the last time I put my TV on, and I'll tell you, this is God's honest truth, was when the World Cup final was on. When the World Cup was on, back in December. I love watching me football, but I won't pay Sky.
No, they're very expensive. What do you want there?
Obviously, the World Cup is beamed. The World Cup's beamed live, and you ain't got to pay for it. So, yeah. Hey, there's Spike. There he is. Look.
Sorry.
Sorry, Spike. I'm guilty for starting that one off weeks ago.
I shouted Benidorm. Fuck it.
But yeah, that's the last time I put the TV on.
With television, there's 4 new channels coming out. There's one called Pluto Plus.
I watched the football, and I
that's got loads of movies.
Entertaining afternoons. Yeah, 3 games a day. I was quite happy sitting there watching the football.
Really watch car programs.
With a bit of paper, working out the groups, who was going through, watching England. Thinking,
there's plenty on there, Ben. There's plenty of car programs on there, Ben, to be honest.
Yeah, Forged in Fire and all the old trading sort of wheeling dealing programs. Mike Brewer and all that.
There is stuff on there, yeah, like Wheeler Dealers. I love all that. And,
I like the one that goes around buying military gear and he buys all these tanks and all this World War stuff. He's great, he is. He's amazing. The money that man's got is like, what? You just bought a tank for like 55,000, right?
Oh, was that a combat dealer or something? Combat dealer.
Yeah, combat dealer. I think he's from Essex or Kent.
I've seen it a couple of times.
And he makes an absolute mint renting them out to film companies.
TV. It's not Mike's partner. All she wanted to do was watch the fucking shit repeats over and over and over again. So
I don't like repeats.
The do's and the halves.
Stuff I wanted to watch. She didn't want to watch, so yeah, I did fall out. Go on, Pat, put it up. Go on, Pat.
You there, Pat?
You got it,
Who's a ginger woman?
Watch England get knocked out again.
Again.
Up for another 4 years.
On England and they failed again. Yeah.
Hang the shirt up for another 4 years.
Yeah.
Well, another 2 years because European Championships, isn't we? But it ain't the same as the World Cup.
If they didn't go on telly and
they're only good, they're from England. If they're only
doing all this chat, they would have won something. But they always do this. They always go on TV before that. And then they come home with a tail between their legs. It's crazy.
See, I think we like with teams like that when it comes to the World Cup. I think the UK, we should merge all 8 countries together and just play as the UK. And that will fucking snatch the world from it.
Oh, right, okay. Spike knows a joke.
Are you fucking taking the piss out of me again? Was that just a fucking brush I saw then?
That's what we're talking about. Nathan, of course we are.
Talking about Nathan.
Yeah, I fucking knew it. The baldy's taking the piss again.
Nathan, have you learned overnight what that is?
What?
Have you studied
what was
overnight?
No,
have you studied
look,
your
I've got better things to be doing than studying something which you use a fucking shower to clean yourself. Anyway, Tina, please continue. These fucking arseholes just decided to
Oh, don't pick on me. They're only having a laugh. Come on, Nathan.
I know.
Oi, Bob Rush. When you come on my channel, you take the bloody place over.
He has to behave on here.
Right, Dan. Remember Dan?
So, hello, Tina.
On the last live stream you did, there were 2 people desperate to contact me, and we gave them instructions on how to follow my website. Yeah.
Yeah.
No contact.
Right. Okay.
So if you need to talk to me, if you want to contact me for assistance, I'll say it again. There is a form that you fill in going down to request for assistance. You fill it in. If you can't type, you go to the little box to the right. There is a voice recording. You leave me a voice message, and I will respond by voice message if your reading and writing is not very good. So if you keep asking Dan to contact me, there's no point asking Dan if you don't follow what's on the bloody website. It's not hard work. Fill in the damn form.
Exactly.
Can I just say this looks a bit like Sonic did when he used to have his hair dyed blue.
Come on, fuck me. I know that's me.
I keep forgetting this is not my StreamYard, so I can't put any pictures up there. But someone put in the comments, Wilson, that Tom Hanks film.
You can have to use OBS.
Yes, Tina.
Still happy.
Oh, sorry, Tina. Dan hasn't told you he's got diaries now.
Hold on. Say again, Tina.
This is Spike.
Everybody just please. Dan promised on the last video.
That is definitely Spike, you know. That is Spike.
Hang on. Guys, hang on. Sorry, Tina.
You promised on the last video you would call me so we could have an urgent chat about something we needed to go through.
Did I not call you?
Hair on his head, so see how much.
Me and Holly were discussing that in the chat earlier.
So, when do you intend to call?
Well, I'm gonna look. What's the date today? The 9th tomorrow, isn't it?
It's the 9th.
Right. Okay. Look, I've already got something in there. Can't see it, but I've already got something. I've already got something in my for tomorrow. So I'm going to write.
If you don't call me tomorrow, I'll be ringing you 3 o'clock every day until you fucking answer.
That's you, told Dan.
Call Tina. Get asked.
Dan, she's unleashing a pit bull on you, mate.
If somebody wants help and they ask me to do something, they should respond, should they not?
That's true.
Absolutely.
That's true.
And this was a week ago. I gave you a week's grace because you had hangover that day from a bottle of brandy.
I've written it in a diary.
Okay.
Tina, that was 2 hangovers ago.
So, Dan.
I just need to remember to read the diary. Hello.
If you do not call Tina tomorrow, then I will personally come and kick your ass.
Like that.
Let alone Tina.
He's having a good time.
Yeah, stop threatening me with a good time.
Dan, you've been summoned, mate. What you got to say about it?
What we need to talk about is time sensitive. That's why you need to make an urgent response.
Okay, and this is why I have to have the social worker to come and help me out with stuff. My everyday, I'm shit at my everyday stuff. I just can't fucking function very well.
I understand that, mate. But what we're going to talk about is what that person can do for you in regarding to the stuff we need to talk about. They can do some stuff for you, all right? So I'll make sure that I want to contact them. I want the name of the social worker so I can ask them to do something for you.
Right.
All right. I'll be polite. Don't worry. Ish.
Oh yeah, Tina, I know obviously you don't want me talking about that sort of stuff, and I need to have a chat with you about something. So
I'm going to be contacting you tomorrow because I'm going to email the support worker you got.
Right. Okay.
All right. No. Because basically, what it is, I'm just going to go and say quickly, briefly, literally for that quite a few days now. I've even opened up the windows and stuff to hear, still to let out the air and all that, and even then, I'm still getting a sniffy nose, so I've had enough. So I mean, a certain person told me some weeks back to basically go to the doctors to get it written up about how it's affecting my health. Because to be honest with you, Tina, I've had enough of it. It's doing my head in literally night after night.
You to go to the doctors to get blood tests for mycotoxicity for mold spores, which is a simple blood test that they can do. I'll be putting in a document to you tomorrow.
All right, cool.
You know, if you keep getting sniffy, you want to lay off the coke.
Fuck off, you twat.
Tell me hair's gone rusty.
What?
Yeah, I'll be sending you something tomorrow. Your support worker was going to work with you, Nathan. She was way off.
No. Tina, do you know what? Tina, do you know what it is? I'm going to the obviously to the doctors. Obviously you're going to email me. Wait, what? So what are the things I need to go and get tested for again?
I will write to you in the morning.
Oh, all right. But also
I will put everything in a list that you need to do. Okay.
Yeah, because I've had enough of it, Tina. Literally, can't breathe at night properly and all that throughout my nose. So
that's why you need to get a checkup with your GP. But there's a list of things that you need to do with your support worker. All right.
Well, she was meant to gonna rung me, but she hasn't rung me.
They've only just gone back to work, Nathan.
No, she told me she's gonna ring me on. I think it was the 3rd.
Yeah, but maybe it's not working yet. Some people take leave. Councils and organisations don't generally go back to work until the 2nd week of January. We're still on the 1st week.
Okay.
We should start hearing from people tomorrow.
All right.
I used to piss off my boss at the council and take 2 weeks off either side, so I had 4 weeks off. Piss them right off. Annual leave.
Good for you, Tina.
Oh, yeah. You can't
Tina,
do that.
sorry, Tina. Sorry, Tina. Just quickly, what time do you reckon you'll be calling me? Because I'm gonna be doing stuff, so I want to make sure that I've got the phone there and ready.
I'm going to email you first.
All right.
First thing in the morning, I get up at 6 a.m. That's when I send out a lot of my emails.
All right, cool.
I'm going to get a few before he rings me.
Don't even think about phoning me at that time in the morning.
If I had you on the phone, I would just give you a phone call just to be a W&K.
Yeah, Tina, if it's all right with you, I'll send you a WhatsApp, but I'd like to schedule another Zoom meeting with South Essex Home.
Yeah, I got the message. We'll do that, but we'll give them till midweek because, like I say, a lot of them don't go back early, right? I'll set up a Zoom meeting. Yeah,
because I know that she's in, sort of thing, but I'm going to try and get her schedule tomorrow. Yeah.
There's another thing I want to plan as well in regards to your situation. I want to call in a health and safety executive into that block of flats.
Absolutely, yeah. But we'll talk about that tomorrow anyway. If I give you a call about 4:30, would that be okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, fabulous. I'm going to go anyway because my battery is about to conk out. Thanks for having me, Dan. It's been nice talking to you again, mate.
No worries.
Night, night, Croft.
And Dan, let me know, please, when you're back on Facebook. I'll send you a link to the group that I'm the moderator of. Tina knows about it. It's the Queensway Community Hub, and then you can have a look to see what sort of stuff I've been sharing in there as well.
I've seen a lot of it pop up about the block of flats and all that kind of stuff as well. So
it's not just that, mate, but there's a lot of stuff that's going down that South Essex Homes don't know about. It's literally been discussed between the community members at the moment, but it's all going to be blowing up pretty big time very soon.
Yeah, you keep it going,
I'll invite you as well, Tina.
Yeah, take it.
All right, then, mate.
All right.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
worries.
Right. Night, all.
Yeah, ta-da. Bye-bye.
Night.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
There we are now.
Another half hour.
Yeah,
I won't be on much longer. I'm pretty next. Had a shit day.
I'm just thinking, what should we talk about now? Should we talk about Nathan's? Should we talk about Nathan's sniffy habit?
Nathan's sniffing habit.
Sniffy habit.
Nate, you ever seen that film?
Ben, they're basically trying to imply that I've got a cocaine.
I was just thinking just now, if he said no, I never took any
Strike
drugs.
more like
but they can
idle
test back
hands.
through your history, through your hair. He's got about 15 years worth there. They'd only have to shake it.
Yeah, anyone that wants to contact me, I've seen a few chats in the box. Go onto the website that Lightbot or Lost has put up and go through my website, please. Fill in the form.
Tell you to chuck a link in and I'll copy it, then I've got it.
Anyone that wants to contact me, tough.
Not till after 12 o'clock at least.
I've got your phone number down. You gave it to me the other night.
Oh yeah, I did, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, when you was on my chat, I don't know what time in the morning it was.
Yeah, I left it too, and you were going on for 8 hours all told.
Yeah,
Right, awakening. Nice to see you.
Oh, it went on to gone 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask. I've got StreamYard on that free 20-hour thing a month.
Yeah.
Where'd you look to find out how much time you've used, or do you just have to calculate it yourself?
Just literally top of the screen. It just says literally the top of the screen.
Yeah, I know when it's running, it has it at the top of the screen. But is there, when does the 20 hours start on a calendar month?
Oh, it's calendar month. But all I do with StreamYard is I just set up a different Gmail account, and then I log in with that.
Every video.
So over the course of a month, the next one rolls on. When that one's run out, I'll just log in with another Gmail account. It says, you've got 23 hours.
What you can do,
Roger,
what you can do is when you log in.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you log in and it says like, "Here's your broadcast enter studio," over on the right-hand side, you've got a link called videos.
Yeah.
If you click on that, you have to work it out yourself. But if you click on it, it tells you how long your videos are, which will give you an idea of how much time you've used. It's not the best way, but at least it's a way of working out.
Yeah, I wouldn't go over 20 hours a month anyway. I only go on every other week or something like that. So I was just wondering if there was a way to check on it. That was all.
Right. Well, I'd suggest just if you can't find another way of doing it, just go to your videos and just have a look at how long you're running.
There,
you can get an estimate from there. You'll know if you're near 20 hours.
You know what I'm like with tech.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Them lights you sent me, I've had to expand my studio in the corner because I have them there close as I had the ring lights. I can't even read me fucking notes. They're that bright.
Turn them down. You can turn them down at the back.
I've got them on the lowest bloody setting, and I still have to put them halfway across the room.
Have you really? Bloody hell.
Yeah. but they work brilliant.
It's Nathan.
What?
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
Who the fuck is that?
It's you, mate.
You twat.
Who are
That
you
looks
calling
like
a twat, then? You're the biggest twat here, mate.
that looks like
Yeah, I remember that next time I go
yeah,
live.
mugshot, isn't it?
Yeah, you fucking remember that. This is that the other night when you kept muting me, you fucking a-hole. Spike, you're very, very quiet there. What's wrong?
I'm listening.
I know you are.
Yes, Danny Austin. I do remember drinking a large amount, and I do remember giving my address because what was it? I was telling somebody to come and see me when I.
Yeah.
Who was
it?
Daphne.
Oh, right. Okay.
Do you know what?
You and Daphne had a lovers tiff.
Yeah.
Well,
no, it wasn't a tiff. It was just all that happened was you mentioned the wrong name, i.e. Daphne's name, and then Daphne went off on one.
Right. Well, just to let you know, I have spoken to Daphne since then, and we, well, as far as I'm aware, we've cleared the air.
Yeah, I know. I saw it on this channel.
So just so people know that, yes, I was pissed. I don't believe that I was out of order in any way on that night. I did say the wrong name when I was talking about something. We're adult enough to be able to deal with that. I don't know if you went onto his live stream afterwards. He was doing a live stream. I went onto it, and
that's what I did. I saw the live stream.
And we left that live stream, as amicably as I could, and I don't think we've got any issues, since then. So
hopefully not. So,
I mean, I don't want to be fooling people. Do you know what I mean? If people come at me and attack me directly, then I've got an issue, But that was a misunderstanding over me saying the wrong name. Which, if any of you got kids, and when you're going to call them, you call one of your other kids' names and get them confused. I mean, my mum and dad do it all the time.
It's even worse when you do it with the missus in bed, isn't it?
Well, yeah. There's there's multiple people with the name beginning with D in my family, and my mum and dad will cycle through all of them, and then they'll go through the other letters of the alphabet before they come back to D and get my name.
Dickhead.
It happens, and so it was just one of those things. As I say,
it was an accident. All it was just you mentioned the wrong name.
It got confusing all round. Everybody got confused about who was talking to who, and it just went too far.
Yeah, things happen like that when you've had a few drinks.
I was sat here listening to it,
Oh yeah, it does happen. I mean,
in between about taking the piss out of Dan with the state he was in, but there you go.
Dan? How do we remember your name? How do we remember your name? I said, well, it's Tina. You can't remember that. It's a nip. Spell it backwards. Call me a nip.
Yeah.
And when a police officer said,
how can we ever forget you, Tina?
Hello.
Oh, people
Hi.
Hi,
Hi. Hi, Angela.
Hello, Angela.
Hi, Angela.
Hello. So they get reminded quite often. Born a Satan will do.
Dan, is that Gamer in the back?
Yeah.
We haven't spoke to Gamer on the last one.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was Gamer.
It's all right.
Who the fuck is that?
A mirror. Have a look up there.
Vinka.
That's from the map.
I can see it in the top left-hand corner.
It's like looking in the mirror, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Do you know, actually, I wouldn't mind looking at that,
How big is the picture? That's that big.
Do you know, I can't even see it because the live things on it.
That's better looking right enough.
Oh,
there you go.
No, isn't that's Liz Truss?
Wait, who?
That's Liz Truss.
Are you the fucking... Wait, is that meant to be Liz Truss?
It is on one of the tweets.
No, It's Nathan Benson.
Wait
for it. Fuck off, you cunt.
Hey, wait. Hey, listen. Wait, I just realised what my name says. Listen, my name's Mick.
Apparently I look like a lot of people.
Not Beaker.
All right.
Who the fuck come up with Beaker?
Ain't hard to see the reason why.
I just noticed, mate.
He had a friend, didn't he?
Eh?
Didn't Beaker have a friend?
Yeah, in the science lab, wasn't it? The old professor.
Yeah.
Beaker
Where was he from?
Sesame Street. Yeah, he was
Good Lord. He was a very clever man, Nathan. I'd feel complimented to
Who was a very clever man?
Beaker.
I don't even know who the fuck he even is.
I've got no idea either. I just remember the
Better of the Beaker.
I don't know.
Cup. Beaker cup.
Beaker. Yeah, I remember Beaker Cup. Wait, I'm not Beaker.
Yes, RJ was. The old fellow was the scientist and Beaker was the student.
What was it out of?
I always preferred animal.
Tiffany Lewin, you're the one who come up with the name Beaker. I've got a huge problem with you then.
Oh, is Tiffany okay?
It's not normal for criminals to admit their crimes. Oh yeah,
Anyone want to talk about? Sorry.
Tina, I've got a quick question for you. Basically, you know that right clip. Dan, can you fucking behave for a sec, please? Tina, you know the work capability assessment I had. Now basically it's been quite a few weeks. I think they said it's going to take something like 2 weeks. Obviously it was on the 8th of last in December. When I had the appointment. So what do? Do I get in touch with them or do I wait?
You wait. They'll get in touch with you.
Yeah, but they took forever to.
Why are you doing a work capability assessment?
Hey.
Why are you doing a work capability?
Because obviously I was unfit for work because obviously of the pinched nerves or the problems it was giving me.
Yeah, and they've got to wait until you've seen your neurologist.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. They have to make sure you're medically fit for work. It's the same as
they done a phone call with me, Tina.
Right, okay. But basically, when you got a work capability assessment, they have to have all medical evidence ready. You're waiting to see a specialist about your neck and your back.
Tina, they don't know nothing about the assessment.
So why haven't you told them?
Wait, did I tell them or not? I can't even remember. I can't remember.
If you've got a medical issue and you have an assessment, you tell them you're waiting for a specialist assessment from a particular organisation.
That's the personification there.
What's the
Little patch
I made it on Glenn's channel the
Oh my God. The one thing that people, the DWP, which was the old job centre, when they want to send you back to work, okay, if you have medical issues, they have to take
if you put your glasses on, you look like the professor in that.
To be honest, Tina, I've got the appointment in 2 days' time. So to be perfectly honest, I don't really care about the money. The main things that I care about right now is getting mended.
I understand that. That's why they should wait for any medical assessments. So the easiest way to stop the universal credit groups and the others from harassing you when you've got medical issues
they don't, Tina.
No, if they do, okay. When the old system was in place, I had a young man that was having epileptic fits every day, 15 of them every single day. He broke his jaw several times. They told this young man to work in a factory, right? He couldn't do that for safety reasons. So I took him to the job centre. I said, right, I want a certificate that you are declaring that this young man is fit for work. And I want you to give me an insurance policy of £1 million to guarantee no harm to him or any other employee. We don't do that. I said, then you can fucking wait for the medical report, then leave him alone. He's put on DLA straight away. So yeah, there's ways around it. I think he had too much coffee.
There you go, done.
If you get
no. Actually, that looks more like Spike.
It's like Spike and Bingo put together, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's given me inspiration.
I was about to go and say that's nothing like me because I'm not fucking bald.
That's give me inspiration for my next live.
Jasper. That's more like you.
Oh yeah, Tina. I've got another question. Basically, obviously, I don't know what's going to go on the 10th. Obviously, to do the neurology appointment. But basically, if they say, for instance, they do something on that day, or maybe they say, well, look, you got to come back in like a week or so, whatever. I need then basically to be able to go and pretty much locate a job because job centre are absolutely pants.
Right. If they tell you you are in a very dangerous situation with a neck and they want to do any kind of surgery, you need to accept that. And you need not to do any heavy work until that's sorted out. I'm giving you a fair warning. If you've got a pinched nerve in your neck and you start doing manual labour, you're going to end up doing serious damage to your body.
Tina, I haven't worked since friggin' 2017 after I had the crash.
You need to wait until they.
No,
check.
I know. I'm saying the day if they I'm not gonna wait. I'm not gonna work till they sort out the problem because I can't.
No, you can't. It's dangerous. If you are if job centre tells you you've got to take a job and you've got any kind of disability and you have an accident at work, you can sue them.
Tina, the job. I'll tell you what. Let me quickly go and explain something. The manager at the job centre that I normally go to, I'm not going to obviously say it here, but you know the manager there, you know he's very understanding of everything. So even if the basically the work capability assessment says that I've got to be fit for work, he will, you know, like it's already been arranged where basically he's, you know, where something is going to be done to obviously, so then it's a lot more easier. There's already been a conversation.
Just have a conversation with them. They'll sign you off.
Who?
They'll sign you off.
I'm going to jump out.
All right, Glenn, take it easy. All right.
Yeah, Glenn, have a good night.
Ben,
who are you talking about?
All right, darling. Hope your mum gets better soon.
Yeah, hopefully have her home this week.
Yeah, I hope so, mate. Make thumbs up, all right?
Hopefully. Yeah, I'm going to jump out. So you people take care. Have a good night. And I'll
have a good
night.
And Ben, what was you talking about?
Talk about it tomorrow, Nathan.
Sorry, Tina.
No, I was just saying to Nathan, we'll talk about these issues tomorrow.
No. Ben said something to me. Ben said something.
Yeah, they can sign you off.
Oh.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Hopefully catch you tomorrow.
Right, take care. Bye.
Live chat.
See you later.
All right, that is it.
What are you up to now? What was that sign?
What? Nothing. What sign?
The sign.
That one.
God.
What sign?
You put hug a ginger's day.
Oh,
I'm Ginger.
I'm fucking strawberry blonde, Dan, man. What is
There's no such thing as strawberry blonde.
Dan,
What have you been thinking lately, innit?
Dan.
What was that, Angela?
There's no such thing as strawberry blonde.
Well, you telling me I'm listen, I'm blonde. I'm not ginger. I never have been blonde. I never have been ginger.
Right, my daughter's ginger, and if she saw that, she could kick your ass into next week.
She probably could.
She's 5'8"
Probably
and built like a brick shit house.
Wait.
Do you know what?
Why would she be kicking my ass?
Not
Two
yours.
girls, two relationships. I was seeing a ginger girl. Lovely girl she was, absolutely stunning. And I've got nothing against good-looking ginger girls.
Well, my daughter was in a pub when a guy decided to grab her ass and she knocked him flat out in the pub. I was pissing myself laughing. So don't bring up my
Gina, if she's anything like you, that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, she's definitely like me.
All right, then. Well, no, it doesn't surprise me then.
I'm 5'6", and they all pat me on the head. My son's 6'5", and everybody else is tall compared to me. She's 5'8", but she's about 5'8", but she's built like a brick.
Why do you think I always look over my shoulders when I talk about the missus? Because I can see her coming.
Reversing there.
It's like Holly as well. Holly's quite small, but she definitely packs a punch.
Yep. Dynamite comes in small packages.
I am fucking grey, RJ. I am. It grew back grey when I had chemo.
Holly's an angry murder midget.
Right.
No. Listen, she's secretly a murderer, guys. She didn't know that.
I know. Kidding. Kidding.
I'm going to go. So, tomorrow, Dan. Nate, I'll email you in the morning so have a good read. Everybody else, have a great evening and another fine day tomorrow.
Bye, Tina. Bye-bye.
Ta-ta.
Bye-bye, Tina.
TTFN.
Just to let everybody know, tomorrow I have said that videos will be going out tomorrow, and they will be late because I've got an appointment in the morning that I forgot about the other day because I was drunk. But there will be videos. It's just that they're going to be late. So just so everybody knows, if you're expecting anything at midday, then tough.
Yeah.
Basically.
You come first.
Just relax, man.
Don't give away my medical problems, Angela.
It's right. I wonder what you're on about then. Wow. Sorry.
Oh dear. Right. Listen, I've got 7 minutes remaining, or 10. We'll call it 10 minutes remaining. I do have somebody in the back here that wants.
Oh, nine.
Yeah. Sitting here.
Who is it?
Nine.
You'll find out in a minute.
Who the fuck is it?
You'll find out in a minute. Chill.
Oh my god, is it Joe Public or Crinkle? Which one?
No, neither.
So we've got 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to let him on. We've got 10 minutes, and
no shouting, no hyperactivity.
Oh, gay. I don't mind this nutcase. I don't mind this nut job.
How you doing, Gamer?
I'm not bad. I'm not that bad.
Gamer, no. You're a good nut job, mate. It's funny when you go off on one.
Gamer, I've got a question.
Oh, well, then go on then. If it's going.
No, you've probably been asked it loads already. You've probably been asked it loads already. But what do you think of that verdict?
What verdict?
You know, that one's verdict. Do you always big up?
Oh, pleasing for the result. I'll stand by. Pleasing for the result.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What, do you think it was right and justified?
No, just the length of time, and he's going to be out in a couple of months. Pleased with the result.
What about what he did?
That's none of my business. Domestic issue, which I'm not going to get involved in.
What? He strangled her. What the fuck?
No, I don't know that. What were you talking about? Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me?
No, just because you've always supported him, that was all. I'm just like, I don't understand how anyone can support I just don't understand how anyone can support a domestic violence, well, an abuser, basically. I don't understand it.
Because I've been through these domestic issues before, where it's not always crystal clear, not always the truth, okay? And just because they've done a little write-up in the paper doesn't necessarily make it true. Well, I'm pleased.
I've read the court transcript.
Well, I'm pleased if it's a fact he's going to be out in a matter of months, Okay, that's not pleased. The main thing is he's getting out. Okay,
But he's got a 10-year restraining order against him.
I couldn't give a fuck. I've got an indefinite one on me. Couldn't give a fuck about all that
That's bad,
bullshit.
then, isn't it?
I'd sign
But
one
he
for
grabbed.
fun.
He's
Sign one for fun.
after.
At the end of the day, if you know in your head you're not going to have a relationship with this person again, what's the harm in signing it? It's like you know what I mean? I can go to court now and get mine took off if I want to. But what's the point?
No, you can't.
I just think, oh well, she can have it because I'm not going to breach it in any way.
You can't. No, you can't get it taken off you. You can't get it taken off you.
I can. I can go back to court to get mine took off. Of course, I can.
You can't now.
Right,
It's been in place.
I know, Angela.
Sorry. I just asked a simple question.
Right. Okay. Well, I think I know who you're talking about, but this is not a conversation from here, please.
I know, sorry.
No, I'm not having a go at anyone. Calm down. I'm not having a go at anyone, gamer. I'm just saying this isn't a conversation on here. So I sat back while you had your little conversation there, and I'm just saying that now we need to knock that one on the head. If you don't
With a
mind.
woman, like domestic abuse, violence.
That's all our evidence from last week. There's bug up mouth.
Potatoes abusing their power. How you doing?
Potato.
I was doing good, sir. I was doing really well. Hope you're all keeping well and smoking plenty of air.
Protests and all that because they're not letting us know on the mainstream. That's too much.
Max is asking about protests in Ireland.
They're not letting anyone know before.
That depends on what part of Ireland he's talking about. Or by the north or the south.
I'm not sure just about the migrant hotels and that.
Oh, it's mental over here. With the amount of them that there's put up on hotels over here as well, all over. That are CJ audits there in Northern Ireland will do a bit of auditing around them hotels there as well.
Are you around Belfast? Are you?
I may say heading up Belfast direction here at the minute. Again, I was in Belfast earlier, but CJ audit would do audits around some of them hotels and out there. Sorry, by the way, I may say I'm listening to you through the speaker of the car here, and so I just hope that God is not here.
Am I right in thinking there's a real shortage in houses in Ireland? Anyway, that's been for fucking years. Before the houses.
Don't worry, you're all lucky. You get inside toilets.
Labs out about Coronation Street.
No, I just come on there a wee minute or two because a few of the admins sitting watching you all there at the minute anyway. They're cracking on with things, sitting enjoying a bit of life, and they said, Paul, get on there, shout hello to you, we get a laugh at you. So they can laugh away up as much as they want.
Well, you caught us just in time because I was wrapping this up in a few minutes, friend.
I'll be straight with you. The only reason why I come on here is because I put you on there for a wee minute to listen to you when heading up the road, and next thing before I took off, I actually heard Joe Pegas gets brought back in again. So I want to ask Joe Pegas, has he shown his evidence of Danny stealing money or whatnot?
No. I actually asked him the other day, and he came out with the same crap. And then Princess Angela caught him on somebody else's live stream the other day, slagging me off.
Who's live stream? Spy, yeah, like Angela. Yeah, you're a spy. I'm starting to associate to be a bit of a spy.
Who's
I am, mate. I am.
Angela, who's live stream?
Me. EA audit.
Oh, so if I want to go and catch Joe Public, it's what again? EA audit?
No, he's not on there. No, he's not on there. He's not on there. EA's booted him.
Well, he's a muck with him, that Joe Public. I couldn't give a fuck what he's got to say.
He is a dickhead, isn't he? He's a twat.
I'm not. He's irrelevant to me. I sussed him out ages
ago. It's fucking weird. I've seen a video today about him saying that. Sorry to interrupt. Saying that he thinks that rape is a petty crime. What the fuck?
See what I mean? Who's he targeting them up there? Do you know what I mean? You see,
He sounds
he
like
wouldn't dare
fucking
say that in
Kringle
front of me.
now. That sounds like fucking Kringle.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I've only come across Joe Pegas there the other night. Maverick, come on with you. In my opinion of Joe Pegas there, all he wants to do is go on holorize people's stream to start shite. So people's going to go into his YouTube channel and go, who the frick is this guy? Personally, if it was my channel, I would not give him an ounce of breath air on my channel. I will be stupid.
You would actually be surprised.
It's plenty of for people to check in up his numbers on his YouTube channel. Do not advertise that man and do not give that man a second thought. If he's going to come on there and throw false allegations towards people.
You know, them people who just do it for drama and just create chaos.
I've got that Mickey Mouse.
You'd be surprised how many more viewers you get in your chats and in your lives because they like to watch it. I don't know why, but I'm sure by now if I worked out who they are, because it's always the same people who's there.
No, it's not that drama, is it?
Good night, Psychos, missus.
Good night, Heather.
Take care, man.
Night.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that like the drama going on people's channels. The thing is, right, as I've said, when people come over here and start accusing me of things, it's not so much drama because I don't need to defend myself. That's why I say, show me your evidence. I don't need to stand there and say, yeah, but X, Y, Z, A, B, C. All I need to do is say, show me the evidence because I know there is none. So, it's somebody trying to cause drama. And to be fair, it does seem to increase the viewers for a while when it does happen, and that's all helpful.
Just one question, Pap. One quick simple
People love drama.
It's a simple yes or no. Simple yes or no, Pap. Do you believe everything they write in the papers?
Of course I don't.
Dan, let me ask
there
you
you go. That's all I want to hear.
They'll say so-and-so's accused, but when they get cleared of it, they won't print a thing about it in the papers. They're only interested in, so-and-so supposed to have done this, but then they don't clear the person's name by saying, actually, they were found, innocent of it.
Especially if you've pled guilty under pressure, whether it was a plea bargain or not. If you've pled guilty under pressure to get less of a sentence, once you plead guilty, you're pleading guilty to whatever the police and prosecution have says, and it gives the press the right to write it up, and then that's then the truth when they can report on legally.
The problem is when if you plead guilty to something, then you've unfortunately you've got to suck up the consequences for it.
Unfortunately, you accept
but
all responsibilities of that
they
crime,
keep on offering these plea bargains. Say that you're guilty, even though you're not guilty, and then we'll give you leeway when it comes to sentencing. There's no sort of justice system.
And at the end of the day, when you want to go home, when you actually want to go home, that's what you do. When you've been in that cell for that long, you think, no, it is fuck it. I'll just fucking plead guilty if I want to get out sooner.
Well,
but then once you plead guilty, you're admitting it.
Well, I know you're technically, even if you're innocent, I know.
Yeah, but technically or not, there's no coming back from saying yes, I did it. There's no coming back from that. Yeah. There's no mitigation later to say that I only said it because I was under duress. Because if you do,
my point is when you want to use go and sit in the cell in my equation for 5 months, arguing the toss, saying you're not guilty. Arguing with the barristers, solicitors, and everyone for 5 months, and you put yourselves in them shoes in that cell for 5 months, and then see if your mind fucking changes. Then that's my point.
Right.
Because it's easier said than what you're just saying. I get it's wrong to admit guilt if you haven't done it, but when you're under that duress, under that pressure, and you know it's the best way out, and everyone's advising you to do it, sometimes you just fucking throw in the towel.
Listen. There's only so long they can hold you in there for, even if you don't plead guilty. There's still a time limit that they're able to hold you for. I don't know what it is, but they can't hold.
Depends what
they
the
can't
sale is,
hold
Pat.
you in. They
Only
can't
for
hold
48
you
hours under
indefinitely.
special circumstances.
No, I think he's talking about being on remand.
24 hours.
So if you're on remand, yeah, if you're in a cell and you're on remand, you've been put in prison on remand, there's still things in place. Okay, yes, it's wank. Don't get me wrong, and nobody would want to be in there. But if you haven't done something, why the fuck would you say that you had when eventually
In my
you've
case, I
got to
did
let
do
you out
something.
anyway?
In my case, I did do something. It's because the deal was that if you just plead guilty, we'll deal with breaking the restraining order twice. One by assault,
Right.
one by the fence. My argument was
Okay.
that I didn't assault that one, but I did make the fence. But it says if I went not guilty, the prosecution push the threats to kill charge, and you are guilty of it, and you will serve 18 months. But if you plead guilty, I'll get you out by the weekend.
Yeah, but remember when the police offer deals, okay, the police have got fuck all to do with it.
The prosecution, me barrister, was offering us a deal. No,
Right.
the police at this point.
I was offered a deal as well, but I still pled no. I still pled not guilty, and I still lost. But then I appealed it and won.
You're getting legal aid.
All these deals is
They're
dodgy.
going to stitch
That's why
you
I've
up.
got a lot of knowledge. I
Legal
know
aid, whether they say
I got legal aid.
they're going to
Like,
stitch
listen,
you up.
Angelina, look at the backlash I have now after accepting that offer.
No, I know.
Because I'm like, right, up in the
I
paper,
agree.
look at the backlash I still have this day. It's like
I know.
that sentence would have been done quicker if I went not guilty and fought it and just
Yeah, I
did
know.
the 18 months. You know what I mean? That would have been
Yeah.
better, but I didn't realise I would have this backlash.
Hierarchy.
Fucking be
Hierarchy.
7
I know,
years
yeah.
later.
I know. Yours is different, though, isn't it? Yours is like, but you have suffered a lot of shit on you. You have.
heard of 3 deals.
Ta-ra, Ben. Ta-ra, mate.
See you later, bro.
I think
Sir,
there's
can I
definitely
just
some
say? Sorry.
Go on.
I just want to say to Sir, people will say a lot of stuff, I think, on YouTube, but everyone, I think, has to make their own mind. But it's been nice having you in the chat and interacting with you and helping, if I have. And that's all. Sorry about that.
Hi, Louise. Thank you for joining us this evening. First time tuning in, have subbed. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. You'll find that live streams are nothing like the normal videos I put out during the week. Although if you've only just come across the channel, you've only got the back catalogue. I haven't put anything out for a couple of weeks because I've been away. But as of tomorrow, there'll be some fresh content. But much appreciated. You're always welcome. Thanks for letting us know.
I was going to say someone's causing a little bit of a horrible noise and I cannot identify it.
I can't either. I feel like I'm in a swimming pool. But if it's me.
It's like a get windy noise, like someone's driving. Sounds like.
It sounds like somebody's in a pub.
It's potatoes abusing powers.
I just
I played the course it is. Someone makes you want to ask there. Someone wants to ask. How many? Right, we all know PPS comes up with 3 deals. Is there a time limit, or have you heard of 3 deals getting offered to a guy within inside the space of 24 hours?
Every time, if you're talking about the CBS, I get a deal every time I'm nicked me. Because I'm not, I'm an expert at proven beyond a reasonable doubt, because I can't really prove it. But I just get charged in anyway, because of me past record. If it's out there with violence, I get charged in anyway. And all it is, the police just say, oh, well, the CBS is going to make a decision. Then the CBS office comes up to someone who I don't know, who I've never seen, who I've never met, just makes a decision on me and says, oh, no, we're going to charge you. And then that's it.
If you look at the way you conducted yourself there last week, it's not any bloody wonder. You're sitting there, you're calling another guy names behind his back. And then one man, the next word says, I don't call anybody names behind their back. And then you're at it again. But anyway.
Oh, me?
Respect. Whenever it comes down to the police, we all have to work together. and fighting these people together because they are corrupt. The whole friggin' lot of them.
I know, but it's a big battle, you know. It's like we need more people because it's legal when we've got people in the community arguing with each other because all that does is divide it all and it splits us all up. And it's the worst thing that can happen. So people need something.
I think a lot of live streams, haven't they?
People
A lot of live
more
streams game have been destroyed at people's lives, haven't they?
Yeah.
They have, yeah.
It's like it depends on what you want, what you come on here for. It's about what you come on for, and you've got to. People's got to start accepting people for who they are, because not everyone's the same. If we don't start
Exactly, no one's perfect.
And be a bit more understanding for each other. And let's say not start like I hear that when people use people's past against each other all the time. Fair enough if they're like if it's out sexual, I get it.
Yeah.
Like no, but it's like just stuff that's happened years ago and stuff like that. I don't forgive it. People need to move on and not use everything against each other all the time. But then once we can start community like that, it'll grow stronger for everybody.
Problem is, calm down.
There's a line though, isn't there? I don't think it's sorry, Dan.
The problem is people are very fickle and people are very everything we do as human beings we do emotionally, right? It's based on emotions, right? So when we might not like somebody, okay, but rather than putting that emotion of not liking them to the back of our head for the greater good, for the cause, okay, it's very easy for people to have that in the forefront of their mind all the time, and then it causes problems, and people will pick on somebody, and then it will escalate into an argument, and then communities break down because of it. This is exactly what the police do, and other agencies will do. When you've got a big group of people, they'll infiltrate it, and then they'll start planting seeds of doubt in people's heads, and that person looks like a grass to me, or whatever, and then it causes infighting, and it causes the whole thing to fall apart. I do agree. There are people that I don't necessarily like in the fact that I wouldn't be inviting them to my house, for example. But I would still talk to them and I will still give them advice because I still want them to, to learn and to be prepared for what might be coming in the future if possible. You know what I mean? So I try and put that to the back of my mind, and I will generally only attack somebody when they've attacked me first. And that's just my, that's a natural refit. Everybody will do that, but I won't go and attack people for a reason. If I don't like somebody, I don't like them, but I tend to try and keep that to myself and not in the public domain, so to speak, and and deal with it like an adult. I mean, the whole thing with Dafter the other day, and again, I don't want to keep bringing Dafter up because I don't want him to think that I'm talking about him and slagging him off and stuff. I'm not. The whole issue with Dafter the other day got dealt with afterwards. There was some words said. I called him out and I said, "What the fuck?" And then after about 40 minutes or so, we left the live stream and we were sound as pound. Do you know what I mean? And that's how people, that's how we need to be able to discuss things with people and overcome.
I've had about 85 call-outs on here. I've probably called about 70 for myself. Do you know how many of them actually happened? Zero. None, not one. It's all another shite.
So, well, anyway, guys, it's 12:15. I'm going to wrap it up there. I want to. Sorry that you only come on for a little bit, Paul.
No, I'm happy. I'll get back the chest.
Dan, you're 100%, man. I knew you wouldn't be on for long tonight.
No, well, it was just because tomorrow's my first day back, and it's going to be a busy one because I've got social worker coming in the morning and stuff. So,
I want to say this. I said what I want to say. Yes, before I'll leave after this comment. One day I had a very, very good social worker, Pap. She was a support worker actually. But honestly, how good my life was. I know how crucial it can sometimes be if he or she's good. Sometimes it can be crucial, So bless her.
Yeah.
But you was good, mate. And keep hold of her, him or her. Keep all of them.
You'll
be lost about what you do when she's not supporting you one day.
This is a support worker, and what they're helping me with the stuff that I mean, look, you see the camera, you see me, you don't see me going about my daily business, right?
Yeah.
And trust me, I'm fucking terrible. Okay, and this is why I don't take my camera for a walk around a flat and show people stuff, because it's a shithole. Because I struggle to cope on my own. I can't say, I'll just be completely honest with you.
Mine's not the best. That's why do you think I didn't like to show people my ears? Because mine's not like, you know what I mean? All 100%. It's like livable, but it's not like good enough to like put it on camera. Because I'll get trolled. Because we're a troll, we'll find something wrong, and they'll torture us for it. You know what I mean?
Gamer, absolutely. Absolutely, Gamer.
Right, absolutely.
That's a different community, Gamer, you've got to remember. But you know what, you're more real here than what you are. You're real here. And on them other ones, because we always have to try and protect who we are, we've fucking always got a wall up where you don't have to be here.
See, you're grown on me, Angelina. You're grown on me.
No, I've never had a problem with you, honestly.
I thought you were a bit of a Russian spy at first, but you start to grow on me now.
I'm a UK spy, really. I'm only kidding. I'm in London.
There'll always be people that infiltrate. There'll always be people that infiltrate the chat on this channel. Okay, they are dealt with quite quickly when we find them. Okay, thanks to the moderators on the channel. We do give people. I can't kick somebody out just because they call somebody a name, right? Because that, freedom of speech. As I've said before, what tends to happen and what the moderators look out for is if it's a continued attack on one person, then the mods will take action. So, for example, Gabriel, we'll use you as an excuse. If somebody came on, which they did the other day, okay, that when somebody was having a go at you the other day, I timed somebody out because they wouldn't stop, and I believe one of the moderators did as well.
Yeah, I did.
Now, that's because it carried on. Now, if somebody wants to call you, the best thing for you to do is just to ignore it, okay, and let the moderators deal with it.
There's no point biting on it because I feel like I'm shouting on deaf ears. There's no point.
But it's not just that. It's not just that. It's not just that. If you retaliate to them, okay, then it becomes harder for a moderator to kick one person out over the other because there's, you're both attacking each other. Whereas if you, point it out by all means, say, mods, can you keep an eye on such and such? Listen. So if somebody starts saying something to you in the chat and you see it, just say, mods, can you keep an eye on such and such, right? Or write it in the chat and the moderators will watch them. If they continue but you don't retaliate, then that person will get sorted out and dealt with. Okay, but if you retaliate, it becomes harder for the moderators to decide who needs to go because you could both be as bad as each other. So you need to just say to yourself, right, fuck you, let the moderator know, and then let them deal with it.
I've been doing much better lately, and I've learned to just ignore it. But like I said, when I start arguing back, it's like I just add fire to the flame. And what happens and then that one person who I'm arguing back to, and then when I'm arguing back, eventually there's like 7 of them. And that's all my own fault for like creating that flame in the first place. Well, now it's for you, what you're saying.
Lost Souls Paranormal.
You can see that though, can't you?
Lovely stream. Respect panel. Jason Leonard's on panel.
Right.
You've earned the straight with me, Angelina. Respect chat. Take care.
You take care, mate. Look after yourself.
Take care. So as LSP's just put there, I'll hit you both and I'll get the right one, is what her mum used to say.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely right, and that's the kind of mentality that the moderators have to have. If you're both bickering, then you both get dealt with. If one of you does your best to ignore the shit that you're getting, then the moderators can deal with the twat rather than dealing with you because you're retaliating. So,
Dan, but do you know what? This is completely different to what goes on different parts of YouTube. I'm not even kidding. It's like some people are feral. They're feral. I'm not even joking. Yeah. Fucking awful.
Trust me, I know. There's a few people that I know who one person in particular, I'm not going to say their name, but they have videos made about them almost every day and about them and their children.
I don't know about children things.
And these people are making as a group of people just constantly making videos about this person. And I've seen these videos and they're vile. Some of the stuff is absolutely vile. So I know what it's like in some corners of YouTube. But that's not what I want this channel to be. Do you know what I mean?
That's what I get concerned about.
If people want to come in here and attack people, then I've got to give people. I have to let people say their piece, but then, because people have got a right to reply to that as well. But then if it continues, then a moderator has to step in, or I have to step in and deal with it. But it does mean sometimes people say stuff that other people are not going to like at all. But due to the fact that we have a freedom of speech, and I have to let people, say their piece. If it's that bad, then they'll get booted, like Crinkle and some others. They'll just get booted, never allowed on again.
The thing is that people, what they do is like, as soon as you block someone, and then block another, because they come over like hordes sometimes, not over here, but they do. And you're like, for fuck's sake. And then just to attack one person, disrupt one stream, and you're like, it's like literally whack-a-mole. I'm not even joking. It's like if you've got a mod, you literally whack-a-mole, because they all come over and then they come back with different accounts, and you're like, seriously, grow the fuck up, just to attack one person.
I've said before, YouTube, when you block somebody, you should be blocking their IP address. It won't be that different. Yeah. YouTube knows everybody's IP address anyway, so to block that is not an issue. That would take a coder fucking minutes to drop something up to block people via their IP address on your channel. And that way, no matter how many accounts they've got, they can't come back. Simple as that. So, but they won't do that for some reason. But anyway, guys. Again, gonna call it a night now. Thank you everybody for joining us this evening. Thank you everybody that's
thank you for having me.
Thank you. Take care. Good evening. Paul, take it easy, my friends. I'll see you soon.
Oh, you have a really good night there, and thank you very, very much for having us on again there, Dan.
No worries. You drive carefully.
Do me a wee favour. Put me off there because I'm still driving at the moment. I can't touch anything.
All right, mate. No worries.
All the best. I love you. Thank you.
Salam.
Bye, mate. Take it easy.
Take care, buddy. Good luck. Good luck, folks. Good.
Spike, Roger, Beaker, and Beaker. Thanks again for joining us. As always, it's a pleasure. Spike, first time on here, Spike.
There is, yeah.
No,
yeah.
You've been on before.
How'd you find it?
That's
Have
good.
you found it?
That's good. Loud, but good.
It can be, that's for sure. Well, you're welcome back anytime you want, Spike. You look after yourself.
Thank you very much, mate.
All right, Sonic, Nathan, Roger, and everybody in the chat. Good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, night.
No.